Chapter 14 of Reed Anthony Cowman, an autobiography by Andy Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Establishing a New Ranch. I hardly knew Fort Worth on my return. The town was in the midst of a boom. The foundations of many store buildings were laid on Monday morning, and by Saturday night they were occupied and doing a land office business. Lots that could have been bought in the spring for $100 were now commanding $1,000, while land scrip was quoted as scarce at 25 cents an acre. I hurried home, spoke to my wife, and engaged 2 surveyors to report 1 week later at my ranch on the Clear Fork. Big as was the state and boundless as was her public domain, I could not afford to allow this advancing prosperity to catch me asleep again, and I firmly concluded to empty that little tin trunk of its musty land scrip. True enough, the present boom was not noticeable on the frontier, yet there was a buoyant feeling in the air that betokened a brilliant future. Something enthused me, and as my creed was land and cattle, I made up my mind to plunge into both to my full capacity. The last outfit to return from the summer's drive was detained on the Clear Fork to assist in the fall branding. Another one of 15 men all told was chosen from the relieved lads in making up a surveying party, and taking 50 saddle horses and a well-stocked commissary with us, we started due west. I knew the country for some distance beyond Fort Griffin, and from late maps in possession of the surveyors, we knew that by holding our course, we were due to strike a fork of the Mother Brazos before reaching the Staked Plains. Holding our course contrary to the needle, we crossed the Double Mountain Fork, and after a week out from the ranch, the breaks which form the border between the lowlands and the Llano Estacado were sighted. Within view of the foothills which form the approach of the famous plain, the Salt and Double Mountain Forks to the Brazos were not over 12 miles apart. We traveled up the divide between these 2 rivers, and when within 30 miles of the low-browed borderland, a halt was called, and we went into camp. From the view before us, one could almost imagine the feelings of the discoverer of this continent when he first sighted land, for I remember the thrill which possessed our little party as we looked off into either valley or forward to the menacing Staked Plain in our front. There was something primal in the scene, something that brought back the words, "In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth." Men who neither knew creed nor profession of faith felt themselves drawn very near to some great creative power. The surrounding view held us spellbound by its beauty and strength. It was like a rush of fern scents, the breath of pine forest, the music of the stars, the first love light in a mother's eyes, and now its pristine beauty was to be marred as coveted eyes and a lust of possession moved an earth-born man to lay hands on all things created for his use. Camp was established on the Double Mountain Fork. For many miles to the north, a spur of the plain extended eastward, in the elbow of which it was my intention to locate the new ranch. A corner was established, a meridian line was run north beyond the Salt Fork, and a random one west to the foothills. After a few days, one surveyor ran the principal lines, while the other did the cross-sectioning and correcting back, both working from the same camp, the wagon following up the work. Antelope were seen by the thousands. Frequently buffaloes were sighted, and scarcely a day passed but our rifles added to the larder of our commissary supplies. Within a month we located 400 sections, covering either side of the Double Mountain Fork, and embracing a country 10 miles wide by 40 long. Coming back to our original meridian line across the Salt Fork, the work of surveying the valley was begun, when I was compelled to turn homeward. A list of contracts to be let by the War and Interior Departments would be ready by December 1st, and my partners relied on my making all the estimates. There was a noticeable advance of fully $1 a head on steer cattle since the spring before, and I was supposed to have my finger on the pulse of supply and prices, as all government awards were let far in advance of delivery. George Edwards had returned a few days before and reported having stocked the new ranch in the Outlet with 12,000 steers. The list of contracts to be let had arrived, and the two of us went over them carefully. The government was asking for bids on the delivery of over 200,000 cattle at various posts and agencies in the West, and confining ourselves to well-known territory, we submitted bids on 15 awards, calling for 45,000 cattle in their fulfillment. Our estimates were sent to Major Hunter for his approval, who in turn forwarded them to our silent partner at Washington to be submitted to the proper departments. As the awards would not be made until the middle of January, nothing definite could be done until then, so accompanied by George Edwards, I returned to the surveying party on the Salt Fork of the Brazos. We found them busy at their work, the only interruption having been an Indian scare, which only lasted a few days. The men still carried rifles against surprise, kept a scout on the lookout while at work, and maintained a guard over the camp and remuda at night. During my absence, they had located a strip of country 10 by 30 miles covering the valley of the Salt Fork, and we still lacked 300 sections of using up the script. The river along which they were surveying made an abrupt turn to the north, and offsetting by sections around the bend, we continued on up the valley for 20 miles, or until the breaks of the plain made the land no longer desirable. Returning to our commencement point with still 100 certificates left, we extended the survey 5 miles down both rivers, using up the last acre of script. The new ranch was irregular in form, but it controlled the waters of fully 1,000,000 acres of fine grazing land and was clothed with a carpet of nutritive grasses. This was the range of the buffalo, and the instinct of that animal could be relied on in choosing a range for its successor, the Texas cow. The surveying over, nothing remained but the recording of the locations at the county seat, which for legal purposes this unorganized country was attached. All of us accompanied the outfit returning, and a gala week we spent, as no less than half a dozen buffalo robes were secured before reaching Fort Griffin. Deer and turkey were plentiful, and it was with difficulty that I restrained the boys from killing wantonly, as they were young fellows whose very blood yearned for the chase of any diverting excitement. We reached the ranch on the Clear Fork during the second week in January, and those of the outfit who had no regular homes were made welcome guests until work opened in the spring. My calf crop that fall had exceeded all expectations, nearly 9,000 having been branded, while the cattle were wintering in splendid condition. There was little or nothing to do, a few hunts with the hounds, merely killing time until we got reports from Washington. In spite of all the competition, we secured 8 contracts, 5 with the Army and the remainder with the Indian Bureau. Then the work opened in earnest. My active partner was due the 1st of February, and during the interim, George Edwards and I rode a circle of 5 counties in search of brands of cattle for sale. In the course of our rounds, a large number of whole stocks were offered us, but at firmer prices. Yet we closed no trades, though many brands were bargains. It was my intention to stock the new ranch on the Double Mountain Fork the coming summer, and if arrangements could be agreed on with Major Hunter, I might be able to repeat my success of the summer of '74. Emigration to Texas was crowding the ranches to the frontier, many of them unwillingly, and it appealed to me strongly that the time was opportune for securing an ample holding of stock cattle. The appearance of my active partner was the beginning of active operations, and after we had outlined the program for the summer and gone through all the details thoroughly, I asked for the privilege of supplying the cows on the Indian contracts. Never did partners stand more willingly by each other dented the firm of Hunter, Anthony and Company, and I only had to explain the opportunity of buying brands at wholesale, sending the young steers up the trail, and aging dry and barren cows to Indian agencies to gain the hearty approval of the little Yankee major. He was entitled to a great deal of credit for my holdings in land, for from his first sight of Texas, day after day, line upon line, precept upon precept, he had urged upon me the importance of securing title to realty, while its equivalent in scrip was being hawked about, begging a buyer. Now we rejoice together in the fulfillment of his prophecy, as I can lay little claim to any foresight, but am particularly anxious to give credit where credit is due. With an asylum for any and all remnants of stock cattle, we authorized George Edwards to close trades on a number of brands. Taking with us the two foremen who had brought beef herds out of Uvalde County the spring before, the Major and I started south on the lookout for beeves. The headwaters of the Nueces and its tributaries were again our destination, and the usual welcome to buyers was extended with that hospitality that only the days of the open range knew and practiced. We closed contracts with former customers without looking at their cattle. When a ranchman gave us his word to deliver us as good or better beeves than the spring before, there was no occasion to question his ability, and the cattle never deceived. There might arise petty wrangles over trifles, but the general hungering for a market among cowmen had not yet been satiated, and they offered us their best that we might come again. We placed our contracts along 3 rivers and over as many counties, limiting the number to 10,000 beeves of the same ages and paying $1 a head above the previous spring. One of our foremen was provided with a letter of credit, and the 2 were left behind to make up 3 new and complete outfits for the trail. This completed the purchase of beef cattle. 2 of our contracts called for northern wintered beeves, which would be filled out of our holdings in the Cherokee Outlet. We again stopped in central Texas, but prices were too firm, and we passed on west to San Saba and Lampasas counties, where we effected trades on 9,500 3-year-old steers. My own outfits would drop down from the Clear Fork to receive these cattle, and after we had perfected our banking arrangements, the Major returned to San Antonio and I started homeward. George Edwards had, in the meantime, bargained for 10 brands, running anywhere from 1 to 5,000 head, paying straight through $5 to $7, half cash, and the balance in 8 months. Everything to be delivered on the Clear Fork. We intentionally made these deliveries late, during the last week in March and the first one in April, in order that Major Hunter might approve of the 3 herds of cows for Indian delivery. Once I had been put in possession of all necessary details, Edwards started south to join Major Hunter, as the receiving of the Nueces River beeves was set up for from the 10th to the 15th of March. I could see a busy time ahead. There was wood to haul for the branding, 3 complete outfits to start for the central part of the state, new wagons to equip for the trail, and others to care for the calf crop while en route to the Double Mountain Fork. There were oxen to buy and equipping teams to accompany the stock cattle to the new ranch, 2 yoke being allowed to each wagon, as it was strength and not speed that was desired. My old foreman rallied at a word and relieved me of the lesser details of provisioning the commissaries and engaging the help. Trusty men were sent to oversee and look out for my interests in gathering the different brands, the ranges of many of them being 50 to 100 miles distant. The different brands were coming from 6 separate counties along the border, and on their arrival at my ranch, we must be ready to receive, brand, and separate the herds into their respective classes, sending 2 grades to market and the remnant to their new home at the foot of the Staked Plain. The condition of the mules must be taken into consideration before the army can move, and in cattle life the same reliance is placed on the fitness for duty of the saddle horses. I had enough picked ones to make up a dozen remudas if necessary, and rested easy on that score. The date for receiving arrived, and found us all ready and waiting. The first herd was announced to arrive on the 25th of March. I met it 10 miles from the ranch. My man assured me that the brand as gathered was intact, and that it would run fully 50% dry cows and steers over 2 years old. A number of mature beeves even were noticeable, and young steers were numerous, while the miscellany of the herd ran to every class and condition of the bovine race. 2 other brands were expected the next day, and that evening the first one to arrive was counted and accepted. The next morning the entire herd was run through a branding chute and classified, all steers above a yearling and dry and aging cows going into one contingent and the mixed cattle into another. In order to save horseflesh, this work was easily done in the corrals. By hanging a gate at the exit of the branding chute, a man sat overhead, and by swinging it at a variation of 2 feet as the cattle trailed through the trough in single file, the herd was cut into 2 classes. Those intended for the trail were put under herd, while the stock cattle were branded into the 44 and held separate. The second and third herds were treated in a similar manner, and we found ourselves with over 11,000 cattle on hand, with 2 other brands due in a few days. But the evening of the 4th day saw a herd of 3,300 steers on its way to Kansas, while a second one, numbering 200 more than the first, was lopped off from the mixed stuff and started west for the Double Mountain Fork. The situation was eased. A conveyance had been sent to the railroad to meet my partner, and before he and Edwards arrived, 2 other brands had been received. A herd of 3,500 dry cows was approved and started at once for the Indian Territory, while a second one moved out for the west, clearing up the holdings of mixed stuff. The congestion was again relieved, and as the next few brands were expected to run light in steers, everything except cows was held under herd until all had been received. The final contingent came in from Wise County and were shaped up, and the last herd of cows, completing 10,500, started for the Washita Agency. I still had nearly 6,500 steers on hand, and cutting back all of a small overplus of thin, light cows, I had 3 brands of steers cut into one herd and 4 into another, both moving out for Dodge City. This left me with fully 8,000 miscellany on hand, with nothing but my ranch outfit to hold them, close herding by day and bedding down and guarding them by night. Settlements were made with the different sellers, my outstanding obligations amounting to over $100,000, which the 3 steer herds were expected to liquidate. My active partner and George Edwards took train for the north. The only change in the program was that Major Hunter was to look after our deliveries at army posts, while I was to meet our herds on their arrival in Dodge City. The cows were sold to the firm, and including my individual cattle, we had 12 herds on the trail, or a total of 39,500 head. On the return of the first outfit from the west, some 3 weeks after leaving, the herd of stock cattle was cut in 2 and started, but a single man was left on the Clear Fork, my ranch foreman taking one herd while I accompanied the other. It required the patience of a saint to handle cows and calves, 2 wagons to the herd being frequently taxed to their capacity in picking up the youngsters. It was a constant sight to see some of the boys carrying a newborn calf across the saddle seat, followed by the mother until camp or the wagon was reached. I was ashamed of my own lack of patience on that trip, while irritable men could while away the long hours, nursing along the drag end of a herd of cows and their toddling offspring. We averaged only about 10 miles a day. The herds were large and unwieldy, and after 12 days out, both were scattered along the Salt Fork and given their freedom. Leaving one outfit to locate the cattle on the new range, the other two hastened back to the Clear Fork and gathered two herds, numbering 3,500 each, of young cows and heifers from the ranch stock. But a single day was lost in rounding up, and when they were started west, half a day apart, I again took charge of an outfit, the trip being an easy one and made in 10 days, as the calves were large enough to follow and there were no drag cattle among them. On our arrival at the new ranch, the cows and heifers were scattered among the former herds, and both outfits started back, one to look after the Clear Fork and the other to bring through the last herd in stocking my new possessions. This gave me fully 25,000 mixed cattle on my new range, relieving the old ranch of a portion of its she stuff and shaping up both stocks to better advantage. It was my intention to make my home on the Clear Fork thereafter, and the ranch outfit had orders to build a comfortable house during the summer. The frontier was rapidly moving westward. The Indian was no longer a dread, as it was only a question of time until the Comanche and his ally would imitate their red brethren and accept the dole of the superior race. I was due in Dodge City the 1st of June. The ranches would take care of themselves, and touching at the Edwards Ranch for a day, I reached Dodge before any of the herds arrived. Here was a typical trail town, a winter resort for buffalo hunters, no settlement for 50 miles to the east, and an almost boundless range on which to hold through Texas cattle. The business was bound to concentrate at this place, as all other markets were abandoned within the state. While it was easily accessible to the mountain regions on the west, it was the logical meeting point for buyers and drovers, and while the town of that day had passed into history as Wicked Dodge, it had many redeeming features. The veneer of civilization may have fallen to a certain extent from the wayfaring man who tarried in this cow town, yet his word was a bond, and he reverenced the pure in womanhood, though to insult him invited death. George Edwards and Major Hunter had become such great chums that I was actually jealous of being supplanted in the affections of the Yankee Major. The two had become inseparable for months, visiting at the Grove, spending a fortnight together at the beef ranch in the Outlet, and finally putting in an appearance at Dodge. Headquarters for the summer were established at the latter point. Our bookkeeper arrived, and we were ready for business. The market opened earlier than at more eastern points. The bulk of the sales were made to ranchmen, who used whole herds, where the agricultural regions only bought cattle by the hundreds. It was more satisfactory than the retail trade. Credit was out of the question, and there was no haggling over prices. Cattle companies were forming and stocking new ranges, and an influx of English and Scotch capital was seeking investment in ranches and livestock in the West, a mere forerunner of what was to follow in later years. Our herds began arriving, and as soon as an outfit could be freed, it was started for the beef ranch under George Edwards, where a herd of wintered beeves was already made up to start for the upper Missouri River. Major Hunter followed a week later with the second relieved outfit, and our cattle were all moving for their destinations. The through beef herds from the upper Nueces River had orders to touch at old Fort Larned to the eastward. Edwards drifted on to the Indian agencies, and I bestirred myself to the task of selling 6 herds of young cattle at Dodge. Once more I was back in my old element, except that every feature of the latter market was on an enlarged scale. 2 herds were sold to one man in Colorado. 3 others went under contract to the Republican River in Nebraska, and the last one was cut into blocks and found a market with feeders in Kansas. Long before deliveries were concluded to the War and Interior Departments, headquarters were moved back to the Grove, my work being done. In the interim of waiting for the close of the year's business, our bookkeeper looked after 2 shipments of 1,000 head each from the beef ranch, while I visited my brother in Missouri and surprised him by buying a carload of thoroughbred bulls. Arrangements were made for shipping them to Fort Worth during the last week in November, and promising to call for them, I returned to the grove to meet my partners and adjust all accounts for the year. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Reed Anthony, Cowman, an Autobiography by Andy Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Harvest Home. The firm's profits for the summer of '77 footed up over $200,000. The government herds from the Cherokee Outlet paid the best, those sent to market next, while the through cattle remunerated us in the order of beeves, young steers, and lastly cows. There was a satisfactory profit even in the latter, yet the same investment in other classes paid a better % profit, and the banking instincts of my partners could be relied on to seek the best market for our capital. There was nothing haphazard about our business. Separate accounts were kept on every herd, and at the end of the season the percentage profit on each told their own story. For instance, in the above year it cost us more to deliver a cow at an agency in the Indian Territory than a steer at Dodge City, Kansas. The herd sold in Colorado had been driven at an expense of 85 cents a head, those delivered on the Republican River 90, and every cow driven that year cost us over $1 a head in general expense. The necessity of holding the latter for a period of 4 months near agencies for issuing purposes added to the cost, and was charged to that particular department of our business. George Edwards and my active partner agreed to restock our beef ranch in the Outlet. I returned to Missouri. I make no claim of being the first cowman to improve the native cattle of Texas, yet 40 years of keen observation had confirmed my original idea that improvement must come through the native and gradually. Climatic conditions in Texas are such that the best type of bovine race would deteriorate if compelled to subsist the year round on the open range. The strongest point in the original Spanish cattle was their inborn ability as foragers, being inured for centuries to drought, the heat of summer, and the northers of winter, subsisting for months on prickly pear, a species of the cactus family, or drifting like game animals to more favorable localities and avoiding the natural afflictions that beset an arid country. In producing the ideal range animal, it was more important to retain those rustling qualities than to gain a better color, a few pounds in weight, and a shortening of horns and legs, unless their possessor could withstand the rigors of a variable climate. Nature befriends the animal race. The buffalo of Montana could face the blizzard, while his brother on the plains of Texas sought shelter from the northers in canyons and behind sand dunes, guided by an instinct that foretold the coming storm. I accompanied my car of thoroughbred bulls and unloaded them at the first station north of Fort Worth. They numbered 25, all 2-year-olds past, and were representative of 3 leading beef brands of established reputation. Others had tried the experiment before me, the main trouble being in acclimation, which affects animals the same as the human family. But by wintering them at their destination, I had hopes of inuring the importation so that they would withstand the coming summer, the heat of which was a sore trial to a northern-bred animal. Accordingly, I made arrangements with a farmer to feed my car of bulls during the winter, hay and grain both being plentiful. They had cost me over $5,000, and rather than risk the loss of a single one by chancing them on the range, an additional outlay of a few $100s was justified. Limiting the corn fed to 3 barrels to the animal a month, with plenty of rough feed, ought to bring them through the winter in good, healthy form. The farmer promised to report monthly on their condition, and agreeing to send for them by the 1st of April, I hastened on home. My wife had taken a hand in the building of the new house on the Clear Fork. It was quite a pretentious affair, built of hewed logs, and consisted of 2 large rooms with a hallway between, a gallery on 3 sides, and a kitchen at the rear. Each of the main rooms had an ample fireplace, both hearths and chimney built from rock, the only material foreign to the ranch being the lumber in the floors, doors, and windows. Nearly all the work was done by the ranch hands. Even the clapboards were riven from oak that grew along the mother Brazos. And my wife showed me over the house as though it had been a castle that she had inherited from some feudal forebear. I was easily satisfied. The main concern was for the family, as I hardly lived at home enough to give any serious thought to the roof that sheltered me. The original buildings had been improved and enlarged for the men, and an air of prosperity pervaded the Anthony Ranch, consistent with the times and the success of its owner. The 2 ranches reported a few over 15,000 calves branded that fall. A dim wagon road had been established between the ranches by going and returning outfits during the stocking of the new ranch the spring before, and the distance could now be covered in 2 days by buckboard. The list of government contracts to be let was awaiting my attention, and after my estimates had been prepared and forwarded to my active partner, it was nearly the middle of December before I found time to visit the new ranch. The hands at Double Mountain had not been idle. Snug headquarters were established, and 3 line camps on the outskirts of the range were comfortably equipped to shelter the men and horses. The cattle had located nicely. 2 large corrals had been built on each river, and the calves were as thrifty as weeds. Gray wolves were the worst enemy encountered, running in large bands and finding shelter in the cedar breaks in the canyons and foothills which border on the Staked Plain. My foreman on the Double Mountain Ranch was using poison judiciously. All the line camps were supplied with the same, and an active winter of poisoning wolves was already inaugurated before my arrival. Long-range rifles would supplement the work, and a few years of relentless war on these pests would rid the ranch of this enemy of livestock. Together my foreman and I planned for starting an improved herd of cattle. A canyon on the west was decided on as a range, as it was well watered from living springs, having a valley several miles wide, forming a park with ample range for 2,000 cattle. The bluffs on either side were abrupt, almost an enclosure, making it an easy matter for 2 men to loose herd a small amount of stock, holding them adjoining my deeded range, yet separate. The survival of the fittest was adopted as the rule in beginning the herd. 500 choice cows were to form the nucleus, to be the pick of the new ranch, thrift and formation to decide their selection. Solid colors only were to be chosen. Every natural point in a cow was to be considered, with the view of reproducing the race in improved form. My foreman, an intelligent young fellow, was in complete sympathy and promised me that he would comb the range in selecting the herd. The first appearance of grass in the spring was agreed on as the time for gathering the cows, when he would personally come to the Clear Fork and receive the importation of bulls, thus fully taking all responsibility in establishing the improved herd. By this method, unless our plans miscarried, in the course of a few years we expected to be raising quarter bloods in the main ranch stock, and at the same time retaining all those essential qualities that distinguish the range raised from the domestic bred animal. On my return to the Clear Fork, which was now my home, a letter from my active partner was waiting, informing me that he and Edwards would reach Texas about the time the list of awards would arrive. They had been unsuccessful in fully stocking our beef ranch, securing only 3,000 head, as prices were against them, and the letter intimated that something must be done to provide against a repetition of this unforeseen situation. The ranch and the outlet had paid us a higher % on the investment than any of our ventures, and to neglect fully stocking it was contrary to the creed of Hunter, Anthony and Company. True, we were double wintering some 4,000 head of cattle on our Cherokee range, but if a fair allowance of awards was allotted the firm, requiring northern wintered cattle in filling, it might embarrass us to supply the same when we did not have the beeves in hand, and it was our business to have the beef. At the appointed time, the buckboard was sent to Fort Worth, and a few days later, Major Hunter and our main segundo drove up to the Clear Fork. Omitting all preludes, atmosphere, and sunsets, we got down to business at once. If we could drive cattle to Dodge City and market them for 85 cents, we ought to be able to deliver them on our northern range for 6 bits, and the horses could be returned or sold at a profit. If any of our established trade must be sacrificed, why, drop what paid the least, but half stock our beef ranch, never again. This was to be the slogan for the coming summer, and on receiving the report from Washington, we were enabled to outline a program for the year. The gradually advancing prices in cattle were alarming me, as it was now perceptible in cows, and in submitting our bids on Indian awards, I had made the allowance of $1 a head advance over the spring before. In spite of this, we were allotted 5 contracts from the Interior Department and 7 to the Army, 3 of the latter requiring 10,000 northern wintered beeves, only oversold 3,000 head. Major Hunter met my criticisms by taking the ground that we virtually had none of the cattle on hand, and if we could buy southern stock to meet our requirements, why not the 3,000 that we lacked in the north? Our bids had passed through his hands last. He knew our northern range was not fully stocked, and had forwarded the estimates to our silent partner at Washington, and now the firm had been assigned awards in excess of their holdings. But he was the kind of partner I liked, and if he could see his way clear, he could depend on my backing him to the extent of my ability and credit. The business of the firm had grown so rapidly that it was deemed advisable to divide it into 3 departments: the Army, the Indian, the beef ranch, and general market. Major Hunter was specially qualified to handle the first division, the second fell to Edwards, and the last was assumed by myself. We were to consult each other when convenient, but each was to act separately for the firm, my commission requiring 15,000 cattle for our ranch in the Outlet, and 3 herds for the market at Dodge City. Our banking points were limited to Fort Worth and San Antonio, so agreeing to meet at the latter point on the 1st of February for a general consultation, we separated with a view to feeling the home market. Our man Edwards dropped out in the central part of the state. My active partner wished to look into the situation on the lower Nueces River, and I returned to the headwaters of that stream. During the past 2 summers, we had driven 5 herds of heavy beef from Uvalde and adjoining counties, and while we liked the cattle of that section, it was considered advisable to look elsewhere for our beef supply. Within a week, I let contracts for 5 herds of 2- and 3-year-old steers, then dropped back to the Colorado River and bought 10,000 more in San Saba and McCulloch counties. This completed the purchase in my department, and I hastened back to San Antonio for the expected consultation. Neither my active partner nor my trusted man had arrived, nor was there a line to indicate where they were or when they might be expected, though Major Hunter had called at our hotel a few days previously for his mail. The designated day was waning, and I was worried by the non-appearance of either when I received a wire from Austin saying they had just sublet the Indian contracts. The next morning my active partner and Edwards arrived. The latter had met some parties at the capital who were anxious to fill our Indian deliveries, and had wired us in the firm's name, and Major Hunter had taken the first train for Austin. Both returned wreathed in smiles, having sublet our awards at figures that netted us more than we could have realized had we bought and delivered the cattle at our own risk. It was clear money requiring not a stroke of work, while it freed a valuable man in outfitting, receiving, and starting our other herds, as well as relieving a snug sum for reinvestment. Our capital lay idle half the year. The spring months were our harvest, and, assigning Edwards full charge of the cattle bought on the Colorado River, we instructed him to buy for the Dodge market 4 herds more in adjoining counties, bringing down the necessary outfits to handle them from my ranch on the Clear Fork. Previous to his return to San Antonio, my active partner has closed contracts on 13,000 heavy beeves on the Frio River and lower Nueces, thus completing our purchases. A healthy advance was noticeable all around in steer cattle, though hardly affecting cows. But having anticipated a growing appreciation in submitting our bids, we suffered no disappointment. A week was lost in awaiting the arrival of half a dozen old foremen. On their arrival, we divided them between us and entrusted them with the buying of horses and all details in making up outfits. The trails leading out of southern Texas were purely local ones. The only established trace running from San Antonio north, touching at Fort Griffin, and crossing into the Nations at Red River Station in Montague County. All our previous herds from the Uvalde regions had turned eastward to intercept this main thoroughfare, though we had been frequently advised to try a western outlet, known as the Nueces Canyon route. The latter course would bring us out on high tablelands, but before risking our herds through it, I decided to ride out the country in advance. The canyon proper was about 40 miles long, through which ran the source of the Nueces River, and if the way were barely possible, it looked like a feasible route. Taking a pack horse and guide with me, I rode through and out on the mesa beyond. General McKenzie had used this route during his Indian campaigns, and had even built mounds of rocks on the hills to guide the wayfarer from the exit of the canyon across to the South Llano River. The trail was a rough one, but there was grass sufficient to sustain the herds and ample bed grounds in the valleys, and I decided to try the western outlet from Uvalde. An early seasonable spring favored us with fine grass on which to put up and start the herds, all 5 moving out within a week of each other. I promised my foreman to accompany them through the canyon, knowing that the passage would be a trial to man and beast, and asked the old bosses to loiter along, so that there would be but a few hours' difference between the rear and the lead herds. I received 16,000 cattle, and the 4 days required in passing through Nueces Canyon and reaching water beyond were the supreme physical test of my life. It was a wild section, wholly unsettled, between low mountains, the riverbed constantly shifting from one flank of the valley to the other, while cliffs from 300 to 500 feet high alternated from side to side. In traveling the first 25 miles, we crossed the bed of the river 21 times, and besides the river there were a great number of creeks and dry arroyos putting in from the surrounding hills, so that we were constantly crossing rough ground. The beds of the streams were covered with smooth, water-worn pebbles, white as marble, and then again we encountered limestone and lava formations, honeycombed with millions of sharp, upturned cells. Some of the descents were nearly impossible for wagons, but we locked both hind wheels and just let them slide down and bounce over the boulders at the bottom. Halfway through the canyon, the water failed us, with the South Fork of the Llano 40 miles distant in our front. We were compelled to allow the cattle to pick their way over the rocky trail, the herds not over a mile apart, and scarcely maintaining a snail's pace. I rode from rear to front and back again a dozen times in clearing the defile, and noted the splotches of blood from tender-footed cattle marked the white pebbles at every crossing of the riverbed. On the evening of the 3rd day, the rear herd passed the exit of the canyon, the others having turned aside to camp for the night. 2 whole days had now elapsed without water for the cattle. I had not slept a wink the 2 previous nights. The South Fork of the Llano lay over 20 miles distant, and although it had ample water 2 weeks before, one of the foremen and I rode through to it that night to satisfy ourselves. The supply was found sufficient, and before daybreak we were back in camp, arousing the outfits and starting the herds. In the spring of 1878, the old military trail with its rocky sentinels was still dimly defined, from Nueces Canyon north to the McKenzie waterhole on the South Llano. The herds moved out with the dawn. Thousands of cattle were travel-sore, while a few hundred were actually tender-footed. The evening before, as we came out into the open country, we had seen quite a local shower of rain in our front, which had apparently crossed our course nearly 10 miles distant, though it had not been noticeable during our night's ride. The herds fell in behind one another that morning like columns of cavalry, and after a few miles their stiffness passed, and they let out as if they had knowledge of the water ahead. Within 2 hours after starting, we crossed a swell of the mesa, when the lead herd caught a breeze from the damp hills to the left, where the shower had fallen the evening before. As they struck this rise, the feverish cattle raised their heads and pulled out, as if that vagrant breeze had brought them a message that succor and rest lay just beyond. The point men had orders to let them go, and as fast as the rear herds came up and struck this imaginary line or air current, a single moan would surge back through the herd until it died out at the rear. By noon there was a solid column of cattle 10 miles long, and 2 hours later the drag and point men had trouble in keeping the different herds from mixing. Without a halt, by 3 o'clock the lead foremen were turning their charges right and left, and shortly afterward the lead cattle were plunging into the purling waters of the South Llano. The rear herds turned off above and below, filling the river for 5 miles, while the hollow-eyed animals gorged themselves until half a dozen died that evening and night. Leaving orders with the foremen to rest their herds well and move out half a day apart, I rode night and day returning to Uvalde. Catching the first stage out, I reached San Antonio in time to overtake Major Hunter, who was awaiting the arrival of the last beef herd from the lower country, the 3 lead ones having already passed that point. All trail outfits from the south then touched at San Antonio to provision the wagons, and on the approach of our last herd I met it and spent half a day with it, my first, last, and only glimpse of our heavy beeves. They were big, rangy fellows, many of them 6 and 7 years old, and from the general uniformity of the herd I felt proud of the cowman that my protege and active partner had developed into. Major Hunter was anxious to reach home as soon as possible, in order to buy in our complement of northern wintered cattle. So, settling our business affairs in southern Texas, the day after the rear beeves passed, we took train north. I stopped in the central part of the state, joining Edwards, riding night and day and covering his appointments to receive cattle, and when the last trail herd moved out from the Colorado River, there were no regrets. Hastening on home on my arrival, I was assured by my ranch foreman that he could gather a trail herd in less than a week. My saddle stock now numbered over 1,000 head, 100 of which were on the Double Mountain Ranch, 7 remudas on the trail, leaving available over 200 on the Clear Fork. I had the horses and cattle, and on the word being given, my ranch foreman began gathering our oldest steers, while I outfitted and provisioned a commissary and secured half a dozen men. On the morning of the 7th day after my arrival, an individual herd numbering 3,500 moved out from the Clear Fork, every animal in a straight ranch brand. An old trail foreman was given charge. Dodge City was the destination, and a finer herd of 3-year-olds could not have been found in one brand within the boundaries of the state. This completed our cattle on the trail, and a breathing spell of a few weeks might now be indulged in, yet there was little rest for a cowman. Not counting the contracts to the Indian Bureau, sublet to others, and the northern wintered beeves, we had, for the firm and individually, 17 herds numbering 54,500 cattle on the trail. In order to carry on our growing business unhampered for want of funds, the firm had borrowed on short time nearly $250,000 that spring, pledging the credit of the 3 partners for its repayment. We had been making money ever since the partnership was formed, and we had husbanded our profits, yet our business seemed to outgrow our means, compelling us to borrow every spring when buying trail herds. In the meantime, and while we were gathering the home cattle, my foreman and 2 men from the Double Mountain Ranch arrived on the Clear Fork to receive the importation of bulls. The latter had not yet arrived, so pressing the boys into work, we got the trail herd away before the thoroughbreds put in an appearance. A wagon and 3 men from the home ranch had gone after them before my return, and they were simply loafing along, grazing 5 to 10 miles a day, carrying corn in the wagon to feed on the grass. Their arrival found the ranch at leisure, and after resting a few days, they proceeded on to their destination at a leisurely gait. The importation had wintered finely. Now all 3-year-olds, but hereafter they must subsist on the range, as corn was out of the question, and the boys had brought nothing but a pack horse from the western ranch. This was an experiment with me, but I was ably seconded by my foreman, who had personally selected every cow over a month before, and this was to make up the beginning of the improved herd. I accompanied them beyond my range and urged 7 miles a day as the limit of travel. I then started for home, and within a week reached Dodge City, Kansas. Headquarters were again established at Dodge. Fortunately, a new market was being developed at Ogallala on the Platte River in Nebraska, and fully 1/3 the trail herds passed on to that upper point. Before my arrival, Major Hunter had bought the deficiency of northern wintered beeves, and early in June 3 herds started from our range in the outlet for the upper Missouri River Army posts. We had wintered all horses belonging to the firm on the beef ranch, and within a fortnight after its desertion, the young steers from the upper Nueces River began arriving, and were turned loose on the Eagle Chief, preempting our old range. One outfit was retained to locate the cattle, the remaining ones coming into Dodge and returning home by train. George Edwards lent me valuable assistance in handling our affairs economically, but with the arrival of the herds at Dodge, he was compelled to look after our subcontracts at Indian agencies. The latter were delivered in our name, all money passed through our hands in settlement, so it was necessary to have a man on the ground to protect our interests. With nothing but the selling of 8 herds of cattle in an active market like Dodge, I felt that the work of the summer was virtually over. One cattle company took 10,000 3-year-old steers. 2 herds were sold for delivery at Ogallala, and the remaining 3 were placed within a month after their arrival. The occupation of the West was on with a feverish haste, and money was pouring into ranches and cattle, affording a ready market to the drover from Texas. Nothing now remained for me but to draw the threads of our business together and await the season's settlement in the fall. I sold all the wagons and sent the remudas to our range in the outlet, while from the first cattle sold the borrowed money was repaid. I visited Ogallala to acquaint myself with its market, looked over our beef ranch in the Cherokee Strip during the lull, and even paid the different Indian agencies my respects to perfect my knowledge of the requirements of our business. Our firm was a strong one, enlarging its business year by year, and while we could not foresee the future, the present was a harvest home to Hunter, Anthony, and Company. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Reed Anthony, Cowman, an autobiography, by Andy Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An active summer. The summer of 1878 closed with but a single cloud on the horizon. Like ourselves, a great many cattlemen had established beef ranches in the Cherokee Outlet, then a vacant country, paying a trifling rental to that tribe of civilized Indians. But a difference of opinion arose, some contending that the Cherokees held no title to the land, that the strip of country 60 miles wide by 200 long, set aside by treaty as a hunting ground, when no longer used for that purpose by the tribe, had reverted to the government. Some refused to pay the rent money. The council of the Cherokee Nation appealed to the general government, and troops were ordered in to preserve the peace. We felt no uneasiness over our holdings of cattle on the strip, as we were paying a nominal rent amounting to 2 bits a head a year, and were otherwise fortified in possession of our range. If necessary, we could have secured a permit from the War Department, on the grounds of being government contractors, and requiring a northern range on which to hold our cattle. But rather than do this, Major Hunter hit upon a happy solution of the difficulty by suggesting that we employ an Indian citizen as foreman, and hold the cattle in his name. The Major had an old acquaintance, a half-breed Cherokee named LaFleurs, who was promptly installed as owner of the range, but holding beeves for Hunter, Anthony and Company, government beef contractors. I was unexpectedly called to Texas before the general settlement that fall. Early in the summer at Dodge, I met a gentleman who was representing a distillery in Illinois. He was in the market for 1,000 range bulls to slop feed, and as no such cattle ever came over the trail, I offered to sell them to him delivered at Fort Worth. I showed him the sights around Dodge, and we became quite friendly, but I was unable to sell him his requirements unless I could show the stock. It was easily to be seen that he was not a range cattleman, and I humored him until he took my address, saying that if he was unable to fill his wants in other Western markets, he would write me later. The acquaintance resulted in several letters passing between us that autumn, and finally an appointment was made to meet in Kansas City and go down to Texas together. I had written home to have the buckboard meet us at Fort Worth on October 1st, and a few days later we were riding the range on the Brazos and Clear Fork. In the past there never had been any market for this class of drones, old age and death being the only relief, and from the great number of brands that I had purchased during my ranching and trail operations, my range was simply cluttered with these old cumberers. Their hides would not have paid freighting and transportation to a market, and they had become an actual drawback to a ranch, when the opportunity occurred, and I sold 1,200 head to the Illinois distillery. The buyer informed me that they fattened well, that there was a special demand for this quality in the export trade of dressed beef, and that owing to their cheapness and consequent profit, they were in demand for distillery feeding. $15 a head was agreed on as the price, and we earned it a second time in delivering that herd at Fort Worth. Many of the animals were 10 years old, surly when irritated, and ready for a fight when their daydreams were disturbed. There was no treating them humanely, for every effort in that direction was resented by the old rascals, individually and collectively. The first day we gathered 200, and the attempt to hold them under herd was a constant fight, resulting in every hoof arising on the bed ground at midnight and escaping to their old haunts. I worked as good a ranch outfit of men as the state ever bred. I was right there in the saddle with them, yet, in spite of every effort, to say nothing of the profanity wasted, we lost the herd. The next morning every lad armed himself with a prod pole long as a lance and tipped with a sharp steel brad, and we commenced regathering. Thereafter we corralled them at night, which always called for a free use of ropes, as a number usually broke away on approaching the pens. Often we hog-tied as many as a dozen, letting them lie outside all night and freeing them back into the herd in the morning. Even the day herding was a constant fight, as scarcely an hour passed but some old resident would scorn the restraint imposed upon his liberties and deliberately make a break for freedom. A pair of horsemen would double on the deserter, and with a prod pole to his ear and pressure of a man and horse bearing their weight on the same, a circle would be covered, and Toro always re-entered the day herd. One such lesson was usually sufficient, and by reaching corrals every night and penning them, we managed, after 2 weeks' hard work, to land them in the stockyards at Fort Worth. The buyer remained with and accompanied us during the gathering and en route to the railroad, evidently enjoying the continuous performance. He proved a good mixer, too, and returned annually thereafter. For years following, I contracted with him and finally shipped on consignment, our business relations always pleasant and increasing in volume until his death. Returning with the outfit, I continued on west to the new ranch, while the men began the fall branding at home. On arriving on the Double Mountain range, I found the outfit in the saddle, ironing up a big calf crop, while the improved herd was the joy and pride of my foreman. An altitude of about 4,000 feet above sea level had proved congenial to the thoroughbreds, who had acclimated nicely, the only loss being one from lightning. 2 men were easily holding the isolated herd in their canyon home, the sheltering bluffs affording them ample protection from wintry weather, and there was nothing henceforth to fear in regard to the experiment. I spent a week with the outfit. My ranch foreman assured me that the brand could turn out a trail herd of 3-year-old steers the following spring, and a second one of 2s, if it was my wish to send them to market. But it was too soon to anticipate the coming summer, and then it seemed a shame to move young steers to a northern climate to be matured, yet it was an economic necessity. Ranch headquarters looked like a trapper's cave with wolf skins and buffalo robes taken the winter before, and it was with reluctance that I took my leave of the cozy dugouts on the Double Mountain Fork. On returning home, I found a statement for the year and a pressing invitation awaiting me to come on to the national capital at once. The profits of the summer had exceeded the previous one, but some bills for demurrage remained to be adjusted with the War and Interior Departments, and my active partner and George Edwards had already started for Washington. It was urged upon me that the firm should make themselves known at the different departments, and the invitation was supplemented by a special request from our silent partner, the senator, to spend at least a month at the capital. For years I had been promising my wife to take her on a visit to Virginia, and now when the opportunity offered, womanlike, she pleaded her nakedness in the midst of plenty. I never had but one suit at a time in my life, and often I had seen my wife dressed in the best the frontier of Texas afforded, which was all that ought to be expected. A day's notice was given her. The eldest children were sent to their grandparents, and taking the 2 youngest with us, we started for Fort Worth. I was anxious that my wife should make a favorable impression on my people, and in turn she was fretting about my general appearance. Out of a saddle, a cowman never looks well, and every effort to improve his personal appearance only makes him the more ridiculous. Thus, with each trying to make the other presentable, we started. We stopped a week at my brother's in Missouri, and finally reached the Shenandoah Valley during the last week in November. Leaving my wife to speak for herself and the remainder of the family, I hurried on to Washington and found the others quartered at a prominent hotel. A less pretentious one would have suited me, but then a United States Senator must befittingly entertain his friends. New men had succeeded to the War and Interior Departments, and I was properly introduced to each as the Texas partner of the firm of Hunter, Anthony and Company. Within a week, several little dinners were given at the hotel, at which from 12 to 20 men sat down, all feverish to hear about the West and the cattle business in particular. Already several companies had been organized to engage in ranching, and the capital had been oversubscribed in every instance, and actually one would have supposed from the chat that we were holding a cattle convention in the West instead of dining with a few representatives and government officials at Washington. I soon became the object of marked attention. Possibly it was my vocabulary, which was consistent with my vocation, together with my ungainly appearance, that differentiated me from my partners. George Edwards was neat in appearance and had a great fund of Western stories and experiences, and the two of us were constantly being importuned for incidents of a frontier nature. Both my partners, especially the Senator, were constantly introducing me and referring to me as a man who, in the course of 10 years, had accumulated 50,000 cattle and acquired title to 750,000 acres of land. I was willing to be a sociable fellow among my friends, but notoriety of this character was offensive, and in a private lecture I took my partners to task for unnecessary laudation. The matter was smoothed over, our estimates for the coming year were submitted, and after spending the holidays with my parents in Virginia, I returned to the capital to await the allotments for future delivery of cattle to the Army and Indian Service. Pending the date of the opening of the bids, a dinner was given by a senator from one of the southern states, to which all members of our firm were invited. When the project was launched of organizing a cattle company with $1 million capital, the many advantages that would accrue where government influence could be counted on were dwelt upon at length. The rapid occupation of the West was cited, the concentration of all Indian tribes on reservations, and the necessary requirements of beef in feeding the same was openly commented on as the opportunity of the hour. I took no hand in the general discussion except to answer questions, but when the management of such a company was tendered me, I emphatically declined. My partners professed surprise at my refusal, but when the privacy of our rooms was reached, I unburdened myself on the proposition. We had begun at the foot of the hill, and now having established ourselves in a profitable business, I was loath to give it up or share it with others. I argued that our trade was as valuable as realty or cattle in hand, that no blandishments of salary as manager could induce me to forsake legitimate channels for possibilities in other fields. Go slow and learn to peddle was the motto of successful merchants. I had got out on a limb before and met with failure, and had no desire to rush in where angels fear for their footing. Let others organize companies, and we would sell them the necessary cattle. The more money-seeking investment, the better the market. Major Hunter was Western in his sympathies and coincided with my views. The Senator was won over from the enterprise, and the project failed to materialize. The friendly relations of our firm were slightly strained over the outcome, but on the announcement of the awards we pulled together again like brothers. In the allotment for delivery during the summer and fall of 1879, some 18 contracts fell to us, 6 in the Indian Bureau and the remainder to the Army, 4 of the latter requiring northern wintered beeves. A single award for Fort Buford in Dakota called for 5 million pounds on foot and could be filled with southern cattle. Others in the same department ran from 1.5 to 3 million pounds, varying as wanted for future or present use to through or wintered beeves. The latter fattened even on the trail and were ready for the shambles on their arrival, while southern stock required a winter and time to acclimate to reach the pink of condition. The government maintained several distributing points in the new Northwest, one of which was Fort Buford, where for many succeeding years 10,000 cattle were annually received and assigned to lesser posts. This was the market that I knew. I had felt every throb of its pulse ever since I had worked as a common hand in driving beef to Fort Sumner in 1866. The intervening years had been active ones, and I had learned the lessons of the trail, knew to a fraction the cost of delivering a herd, and could figure on a contract with any other cowman. Leaving the arrangement of the bonds to our silent partner, the next day after the awards were announced, we turned our faces to the southwest. February 1st was agreed on for the meeting at Fort Worth, so picking up the wife and babies in Virginia, we embarked for our Texas home. My better half was disappointed in my not joining the proposed cattle company, with its officers, its directorate, annual meeting, and other high-sounding functions. I could have turned into the company my 2 ranches at 50 cents an acre, could have sold my brand outright at a fancy figure, taking stock in lieu for the same, but I preferred to keep them private property. I have since known other cowmen who put their lands and cattle into companies, and after a few years' manipulation, all they owned was some handsome certificates, possibly having drawn a dividend or two and held an honorary office. I did not then have even the experience of the others to guide my feet, but some silent monitor warned me to stick to my trade, cows. Leaving the family at the Edwards Ranch, I returned to Fort Worth in ample time for the appointed meeting. My active partner and our segundo had become as thick as thieves, the two being inseparable at idle times, and on their arrival we got down to business at once. The remudas were the first consideration. Besides my personal holdings of saddle stock, we had sent the fall before 1,000 horses belonging to the firm back to the Clear Fork to winter. Thus equipped with 18 remudas for the trail, we were fairly independent in that line. Among the 5 herds driven the year before to our beef ranch in the outlet, the books showed not over 10,000 coming 4 years old that spring, leaving a deficiency of northern wintered beeves to be purchased. It was decided to restock the range with straight threes, and again we divided the buying into departments, each taking the same division as the year before. The purchase of 8 herds of heavy beeves would thus fall to Major Hunter. Austin and San Antonio were decided on as headquarters and banking points, and we started out on a preliminary skirmish. George Edwards had an idea that the Indian awards could again be relet to advantage, and started for the capital, while the Major and I journeyed on south. Some former sellers who we accidentally met in San Antonio complained that we had forsaken them, and assured us that their county, Medina, had not less than 50,000 mature beeves. They offered to meet anyone's prices, and Major Hunter urged that I see a sample of the cattle while en route to the Uvalde country. If they came up to requirements, I was further authorized to buy in sufficient to fill our contract at Fort Buford, which would require 3 herds, or 10,000 head. It was an advantage to have this delivery start from the same section, hold together en route, and arrive at their destination as a unit. I was surprised at both the quality and quantity of the beeves along the tributaries of the Frio River, and readily let a contract to a few leading cowmen for the full allotment. My active partner was notified, and I went on to the headwaters of the Nueces River. I knew the cattle of this section so well that there was no occasion even to look at them, and in a few days contracted for 5 herds of straight threes. While in the latter section, word reached me that Edwards had sublet 4 of our Indian contracts, or those intended for delivery at agencies in the Indian Territory. The remaining 2 were for tribes in Colorado, and notifying our segundo to hold the others open until we met, I took stage back to San Antonio. My return was awaited by both Major Hunter and Edwards, and casting up our purchases on through cattle, we found we lacked only 2 herds of cows and the same of beeves. I offered to make up the Indian awards from my ranches. The Major had unlimited offerings from which to pick, and we turned our attention to securing young steers for the open market. Our segundo was fully relieved and ordered back to his old stamping grounds on the Colorado River to contract for 6 herds of young cattle. It was my intention to bring remudas down from the Clear Fork to handle the cattle from Uvalde and Medina counties, but my active partner would have to look out for his own saddle stock for the other beef herds. Hurrying home, I started 800 saddle horses belonging to the firm to the lower country, assigning 2 remudas to leave for the Double Mountain Ranch, detailed the same number for the Clear Fork, and authorized the remaining 6 to report to Edwards on the Colorado River. This completed the main details for moving the herds. There was an increase in prices over the preceding spring throughout the state, amounting on a general average to fully $1 a head. We had anticipated the advance in making our contracts. There was an abundance of water everywhere, and everything promised well for an auspicious start. Only a single incident occurred to mar the otherwise pleasant relations with our ranchman friends. In contracting for straight threes from Uvalde County, I had stipulated that every animal tendered must be full aged at the date of receiving. We were paying an extra price, and the cattle must come up to specifications. Major Hunter had moved his herd out in time to join me in receiving the last one of the younger cattle, and I had pressed him into use as a tally clerk while receiving. Every one had been invited to turn in stock in making up the herd, but at the last moment we fell short of threes, when I offered to fill out with twos at the customary difference in price. The sellers were satisfied. We called them by ages as they were cut out, when a row threatened over a white steer. The foreman who was assisting me cut the animal in question for a 2-year-old. Major Hunter repeated the age in tallying the steer, when the owner of the brand, a small ranchman, galloped up and contended that the steer was a 3-year-old, though he lacked fully 2 months of that age. The owner swore the steer had been raised a milk calf, and that he knew his age to a day. But Major Hunter firmly but kindly told the man that he must observe the letter of the contract, and that the steer must go as a 2-year-old or not at all. In reply, a 6-shooter was thrown in the Major's face, when a number of us rushed in on our horses, and the pistol was struck from the man's hand. An explanation was demanded, but the only intelligent reply that could be elicited from the owner of the white steer was, "No damned Yankee can classify my cattle." One of the ranchmen with whom we were contracting took the insult off my hands and gave the man his choice of fight or apologize. The seller cooled down, apologies followed, and the unfortunate incident passed and was forgotten with a day's work. A week later, the herds on the Colorado River moved out. Major Hunter and I looked them over before they got away, after which he continued on north to buy in the deficiency of 3,000 wintered beeves, while I returned home to start my individual cattle. The ranch outfit had been at work for 10 days previous to my arrival, gathering the 3-year-old steers and all dry and barren cows. On my return, they had about 8,000 head of mixed stock under herd, and 2 trail outfits were in readiness. So, cutting them separate and culling them down, we started them, the cows for Dodge and the steers for Ogallala, each 3,500 strong. 2 outfits had left for the Double Mountain Range 10 days before, and driving night and day, I reached the ranch to find both herds shaped up and ready for orders. Both foremen were anxious to strike due north, several herds having crossed Red River as far west as Doan's Store the year before, but I was afraid of Indian troubles and routed them northeast for the old ford on the Chisholm Trail. They would follow down the Brazos, cross over to the Wichita River, and pass about 60 miles to the north of the home ranch on the Clear Fork. I joined them for the first few days out. Destinations were the same as the other private herds, and promising to meet them in Dodge, I turned homeward. The starting of these last 2 gave the firm and me personally 23 herds, numbering 76,100 cattle on the trail. An active summer followed. Each one was busy in his department. I met Major Hunter once for an hour during the spring months, and we never saw each other again until late fall. Our segundo again rendered valuable assistance in meeting outfits on their arrival at the beef ranch, as it was deemed advisable to hold the through and wintered cattle separate for fear of Texas fever. All beef herds were routed to touch at headquarters in the outlet, and thence going north they skirted the borders of settlement in crossing Kansas and Nebraska. Where possible, all correspondence was conducted by wire. With the arrival of the herds at Dodge, I was kept in the saddle thenceforth. The demand for cattle was growing with each succeeding year, prices were firmer, and a general advance was maintained in all grades of trail stock. On the arrival of the cattle from the Colorado River, I had them reclassed, sending 3 herds of 3s on to Ogallala. The upper country wanted older stock, believing that it withstood the rigors of winter better, and I trimmed my sail to catch the wind. The cows came in early, and we started west for their destination. The rear herds arrived and were located, while Dodge and Ogallala howled their advantage as rival towns. The 3 herds of 2-year-olds were sold and started for the Cherokee Strip, and I took train for the west and reached the Platte River to find our cattle safely arrived at Ogallala. Near the middle of July, a Wyoming cattle company bought all the Central Texas steers for delivery a month later at Cheyenne, and we grazed them up the South Platte and counted them out to the buyers, 10,000 strong. My individual herds, classed as panhandle cattle, exempt from quarantine, netted $1 a head above the others, and were sold to speculators from the corn regions on the western borders of Nebraska. 1 herd of cows was intended for the southern, and the other for the Uncompahgre Utes, and they had been picking their way through and across the mountains to those agencies during the summer months. Late in August, both deliveries were made wholesale to the agents of the different tribes, and my work was at an end. All unsold remudas returned to Dodge, the outfits were sent home, and the saddle stock to our beef ranch, there to await the close of the summer's drive. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Reed Anthony, Cowman, an autobiography by Andy Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Foreshadows. I returned to Texas early in September. My foreman on the Double Mountain Ranch had written me several times during the summer, promising me a surprise on the half-blood calves. There was nothing of importance in the north except the shipping of a few trainloads of beeves from our ranch in the outlet, and as the bookkeeper could attend to that, I decided to go back. I offered another excuse for going, but home hunger and the improved herd were the main reasons. It was a fortunate thing that I went home, for it enabled me to get in touch with the popular feeling in my adopted state over the outlook for livestock in the future. Up to this time there had been no general movement in cattle, in sympathy with other branches of industry, notably in sheep and wool, supply always far exceeding demand. There had been a gradual appreciation in marketable steers, first noticeable in 1876, and gaining thereafter about $1 a year per head on all grades, yet so slowly as not to disturb or excite the trade. During the fall of 1879, however, there was a feeling of unrest in cattle circles in Texas, and predictions of a notable advance could be heard on every side. The trail had been established as far north as Montana. Capital by the millions was seeking investment in ranching, and everything augured for a brighter future. That very summer, the trail had absorbed 650,000 cattle, or possibly 10% of the home supply, which readily found a market at army posts, Indian agencies, and 2 little cow towns in the north. Investment in Texas steers was paying 50 to 100% annually. The whole Northwest was turning into one immense pasture, and the feeling was general that the time had come for the Lone Star State to expect a fair share in the profits of this immense industry. Cattle associations organized for mutual protection and the promotion of community interests were active agencies in enlarging the Texas market. National conventions were held annually, at which every livestock organization in the West was represented, and buyer and seller met on common ground. 2 years before, the Cattle Raisers Association of Texas was formed. Other states and territories founded similar organizations, and when these met in National Assembly, the cattle on 1,000 hills were represented. No one was more anxious than myself that a proper appreciation should follow the enlargement of our home market, yet I had hopes that it would come gradually and not excite or disturb settled conditions. In our contracts with the government, we were under the necessity of anticipating the market 10 months in advance, and any sudden or unseen change in prices in the interim between submitting our estimates and buying the cattle to fill the same would be ruinous. Therefore it was important to keep a finger on the pulse of the home market, to note the drift of straws, and to listen for every rumor afloat. Lands in Texas were advancing in value. A general wave of prosperity had followed self-government and the building of railroads, and cattle alone was the only commodity that had not proportionately risen in value. In spite of my hopes to the contrary, I had a well-grounded belief that a revolution in cattle prices was coming. Daily meeting with men from the Northwest at Dodge and Ogallala during the summer just past, I had felt every throb of the demand that pulsated those markets. There was a general inquiry for young steers. She-stuff with which to start ranches was eagerly snapped up, and it stood to reason that if this reckless northern demand continued, its influence would soon be felt on the plains of Texas. Susceptible to all these influences, I had returned home to find both my ranches littered with a big calf crop, the brand actually increasing in numbers in spite of the drain of trail herds annually cut out. But the idol of my eye was those half-blood calves. Out of a possible 500, there were 450 odd by actual count, all big as yearlings and reflecting the selection of their parents. I loafed away a week at the Canyon camp, rode through them daily, and laughed at their innocent antics as they horned the bluffs or fought their mimic fights. The Double Mountain Ranch was my pride, and before leaving, the foreman and I outlined some landed additions to fill and square up my holdings, in case it should ever be necessary to fence the range. On my return to the Clear Fork, the ranch outfit had just finished gathering from my own and adjoining ranges 1,500 bulls for distillery feeding. The sale had been effected by correspondence with my former customer, and when the herd started, the two of us drove on ahead into Fort Worth. The Illinois man was an extensive dealer in cattle and had followed the business for years in his own state, and in the week we spent together, awaiting the arrival of his purchase, I learned much of value. There was a distinct difference between a range cowman and a stockman from the older western states, but while the occupations were different, there was much in common between the two. Through my customer I learned that western range cattle, when well fatted, were competing with grass beeves from his own state, that they dressed more to their gross weight than natives, and that the quality of their flesh was unsurpassed. As to the future, the Illinois buyer could see little to hope for in his own country, but was enthusiastic over the outlook for us ranchmen in the Southwest. All things were but straws which foretold the course of the wind, yet neither of us looked for the cyclone which was hovering near. I accompanied the last train of the shipment as far as Parsons, Kansas, where our ways parted, my customer going to Peoria, Illinois, while I continued on to the Grove. Both my partners and our segundo were awaiting me. The bookkeeper had all accounts in hand, and the profits of the year were enough to turn ordinary men's heads. But I sounded a note of warning that there were breakers ahead, though none of them took me seriously until I called for the individual herd accounts. With all the friendly advantages shown us by the War and Interior Departments, the 6 herds from the Colorado River, taking their chance in the open market, had cleared more money per head than had the heavy beeves, requiring 33% a larger investment. In summing up my warning, I suggested that now, while we were winners, would be a good time to drop contracting with the government and confine ourselves strictly to the open market. Instead of 10 months between assuming obligations and their fulfillment, why not reduce the chances to 3 or 4, with the hungry clamoring west for our market? The powwow lasted several days. Finally, all agreed to sever our dealings with the Interior Department, which required cows for Indian agencies, and confine our business to the open market and supplying the army with beef. Our partner, the senator, reluctantly yielded to the opinions of Major Hunter and myself, urging our loss of prestige and its reflection on his standing at the national capital. But we countered on him, arguing that as a representative of the West, the opportunity of the hour was his to insist on larger estimates for the coming year and to secure proportionate appropriations for both the War and Interior Departments, if they wished to attract responsible bidders. If only the ordinary estimates and allowances were made, it would result in a deficiency in these departments, and no one cared for vouchers, even against the government, when the funds were not available to meet the same on presentation. Major Hunter suggested to our partner that as beef contractors we be called in consultation with the head of each department and allowed to offer our views for the general benefit of the service. The senator saw his opportunity, promising to hasten on to Washington at once, while the rest of us agreed to hold ourselves in readiness to respond to any call. Edwards and I returned to Texas. The former was stationed for the winter at San Antonio, under instructions to keep in touch with the market, while I loitered between Fort Worth and the home ranch. The arrival of the list of awards came promptly as usual, but beyond a random glance was neglected, pending state developments. An advance of $2.50 a head was predicted on all grades, and buyers and superintendents of cattle companies in the North and West were quietly dropping down into Texas for the winter, inquiring for and offering to contract cattle for spring delivery at Dodge and Ogallala. I was quietly resting on my oars at the ranch when a special messenger arrived summoning me to Washington. The motive was easily understood, and on my reaching Fort Worth, the message was supplemented by another one from Major Hunter, asking me to touch at Council Grove en route. Writing Edwards fully what would be expected of him during my absence, I reached the Grove and was joined by my partner, and we proceeded on to the national capital, arriving fully 2 weeks in advance of the closing day for bids. All 3 of us called and paid our respects to the heads of the War and Interior Departments. On special request of the secretaries, an appointment was made for the following day, when the senator took Major Hunter and me under his wing and coached us in support of his suggestions to either department. There was no occasion to warn me, as I had just come from the seat of beef supply and knew the feverish conditions of affairs at home. The appointments were kept promptly. At the Interior Department, we tarried but a few minutes after informing the secretary that we were submitting no bids that year in his division, but allowed ourselves to be drawn out as to the why and wherefore. Major Hunter was a man of moderate schooling, apt in conversation, and did nearly all the talking, though I put in a few general observations. We were cordially greeted at the War Office. Good cigars were lighted, and we went over the situation fully. The reports of the year before were gone over, and we were complimented on our different deliveries to the Army. We accepted all flatteries as a matter of course, though the past is poor security for the future. When the matter of contracting for the present year was broached, we confessed our ability to handle any awards in our territory to the number of 50 to 75,000 beeves, but would like some assurance that the present or forthcoming appropriations would be ample to meet all contracts. Our doubts were readily removed by the firmness of the Secretary when, as we arose to leave, Major Hunter suggested, by way of friendly advice, that the government ought to look well to the bonds of contractors, saying that the beef-producing regions of the West and South had experienced an advance in prices recently, which made contracting cattle for future delivery extremely hazardous. At parting, regret was expressed that the sudden change in affairs would prevent our submitting estimates only so far as we had the cattle in hand. 3 days before the limit expired, we submitted 20 bids to the War Department. Our figures were such that we felt fully protected, as we had 20,000 cattle on our northern range, while advice was reaching us daily from the beef regions of Texas. The openings of proposals was no surprise, only 7 fallen to us, and all admitting of southern beeves. Within an hour after the results was known, a wire was sent to Edwards authorizing him to contract immediately for 22,000 heavy steer cattle and advance money liberally on every agreement. Duplicates of our estimates had been sent him the same day they were submitted at the War Office. Our segundo had triple the number of cattle in sight, and was then in a position to act intelligently. The next morning, Major Hunter and I left the capital for San Antonio, taking a southern route through Virginia, sighting old battlefields where both had seen service on opposing sides, but now standing shoulder to shoulder as trail drovers and Army contractors. We arrived at our destination promptly. Edwards was missing, but inquiry among our bankers developed the fact that he had been drawing heavily the past few days, and we knew that all was well. A few nights later he came in, having secured our requirements at an advance of $2 to $3 a head over the prices of the preceding spring. The livestock interests of the state were centering in the coming cattle convention, which would be held at Fort Worth in February. At this meeting, heavy trading was anticipated for present and future delivery, and any sales effected would establish prices for the coming spring. From the number of northern buyers that were in Texas and others expected at the convention, Edwards suggested buying before the meeting at least half the requirements for our beef ranch and trail cattle. Major Hunter and I both fell in with the idea of our segundo, and we scattered to our old haunts under agreement to report at Fort Worth for the meeting of the clans. I spent 2 weeks among my ranchman friends on the headwaters of the Frio and Nueces rivers, and while they were fully awake to the advance in prices, I closed trades on 21,000 2- and 3-year-old steers for March delivery. It was always a weakness in me to overbuy, and in receiving I could never hold a herd down to the agreed numbers, but my shortcomings in this instance proved a boon. On arriving at Fort Worth, the other 2 reported having combed their old stamping grounds of half a dozen counties along the Colorado River, and having secured only 15,000 head. Every one was waiting until after the cattle convention, and only those who had stock in hand could be induced to talk business or enter into agreements. The convention was a notable affair. Men from Montana and intervening states and territories rubbed elbows and clinked their glasses with the Texans to "Here's to a better acquaintance." The trail drovers were there to a man. The very atmosphere was tainted with cigar smoke. The only sounds were cattle talk, and the nights were wild and sleepless. "I'll sell 10,000 panhandle 3-year-old steers for delivery at Ogallala," spoken in the lobby of a hotel or bar room, would instantly attract the attention of half a dozen men in fur overcoats and heavy flannel. "What are your cattle worth, laid down on the Platte?" was the usual rejoinder, followed by a drink, a cigar, and a conference, sometimes ending in a deal or terminating in a friendly acquaintance. I had met many of these men at Abilene, Wichita, and Great Bend, and later at Dodge City and Ogallala, and now they had invaded Texas, and the son of a prophet could not foretell the future. Our firm never offered a hoof, but the 3 days of the convention were forewarnings of the next few years to follow. I was personally interested in the general tendency of the men from the upper country to contract for heifers and young cows, and while the prices offered for northern delivery were a distinct advance over those of the summer before, I resisted all temptations to enter into agreements. The northern buyers and trail drovers selfishly joined issues in bearing prices in Texas. Yet, in spite of their united efforts, over 200,000 cattle were sold during the meeting, and at figures averaging fully $3 a head over those of the previous spring. The convention adjourned, and those in attendance scattered to their homes and businesses. Between midnight and morning of the last day of the meeting, Major Hunter and I closed contracts for 2 trail herds of 6,500 head in Erath and Comanche counties. Within a week, 2 others of straight 3-year-olds were secured, one in my home county and the other 50 miles northwest in Throckmorton. This completed our purchases for the present, giving us a chain of cattle to receive from within one county of the Rio Grande on the south to the same distance from Red River on the north. The work was divided into divisions. 1,000 extra saddle horses were needed for the beef herds and others, and men were sent south to secure them. All private and company remudas had returned to the Clear Fork to winter, and from there would be issued wherever we had cattle to receive. A carload of wagons was bought at the fort. The teams were sent in after them, and a busy fortnight followed in organizing the forces. Edwards was assigned to assist Major Hunter in receiving the beef cattle along the lower Frio and Nueces, starting in ample time to receive the saddle stock in advance of the beeves. There was 3 weeks' difference in the starting of grass between northern and southern Texas, and we made our dates for receiving accordingly, mine for Medina and Uvalde counties, following on the heels of the beef herds from the lower country. From the 12th of March, I was kept in the saddle 10 days, receiving cattle from the headwaters of the Frio and Nueces rivers. All my old foremen rendered valuable assistance, 2 and 3 herds being in the course of formation at a time, and as usual, we received 1,100 over and above the contracts. The herds moved out on good grass and plenty of water. The last of the heavy beeves had passed north on my return to San Antonio, and I caught the first train out to join the others in central Texas. My buckboard had been brought down with the remudas and was awaiting me at the station. The Colorado River on the west was reached that night, and by noon the next day I was in the thick of the receiving. When 3 herds had started, I reported in Comanche and Erath counties, where gathering our herds was in progress, and fixing definite dates that would allow Edwards and my partner to arrive, I drove on through to the Clear Fork. Under previous instructions, a herd of 3,500 two-year-old heifers was ready to start, while nearly 4,000 steers were in hand, with one outfit yet to come in from up the Brazos. We were gathering close that year. Everything 3 years old or over must go, and the outfits were ranging far and wide. The steer herd was held down to 3,200, both it and the heifers moving out the same day, with a remnant of over 1,000 3-year-old steers left over. The herd under contract to the firm in the home county came up full in number and was the next to get away. A courier arrived from the Double Mountain Range and reported a second contingent of heifers ready, but that the steers would overrun for a wieldy herd. The next morning, the overplus from the Clear Fork was started for the new ranch with orders to make up a third steer herd and cross Red River at Doan's. This cleared the boards on my ranches, and the next day I was in Throckmorton County, where everything was in readiness to pass upon. This last herd was of Clear Fork cattle, put up within 25 miles of Fort Griffin, every brand as familiar as my own, and there was little to do but count and receive. Road branding was necessary, however, and while this work was in progress, a relay messenger arrived from the ranch, summoning me to Fort Worth post haste. The message was from Major Hunter, and from the hurried scribbling, I made out that several herds were tied up when ready to start, and that they would be thrown on the market. I hurried home, changed teams, and by night and day driving, reached Fort Worth and awakened my active partner and Edwards out of their beds to get the particulars. The responsible man of a firm of drovers with 5 herds on hand had suddenly died, and the banks refused to advance the necessary funds to complete their payments. The cattle were under herd in Wise and Cook counties. Both Major Hunter and our segundo had looked them over, and both pronounced the herds gilt-edged North Texas steers. It would require $300,000 to buy and clear the herds, and all of our accounts were already overdrawn, but it was decided to strain our credit. The situation was fully explained in lengthy messages to a bank in Kansas City. The wires were kept busy all day answering questions, but before the close of business we had authority to draw for the amount needed, and the herds, with remudas and outfits complete, passed into our hands and were started the next day. This gave the firm and me personally 33 herds, requiring 490-odd men and over 3,500 horses, while the cattle numbered 104,000 head. 2/3 of the herds were routed by way of Doan's Crossing in leaving Texas, while all would touch at Dodge in passing up the country. George Edwards accompanied the North Texas herds, and Major Hunter hastened on to Kansas City to protect our credit, while I hung around Doan's store until our last cattle crossed Red River. The annual exodus from Texas to the north was on with a fury, and on my arrival at Dodge, all precedents in former prices were swept aside in the eager rush to secure cattle. Herds were sold weeks before their arrival. Others were met as far south as Camp Supply, and it was easily to be seen that it was a seller's market. 2/3 of the trail herds merely took on new supplies at Dodge and passed on to the Platte. Once our heavy beeves had crossed the Arkansas, my partner and I swung around to Ogallala and met our advanced herd, the foreman of which reported meeting buyers as far south as the Republican River. It was actually dangerous to price cattle for fear of being under the market. New classifications were being introduced, Panhandle and North Texas steers commanding as much as $3 a head over their brethren from the coast and far south. The boom in cattle of the early '80s was on with a vengeance. There was no trouble to sell herds that year. One morning, while I was looking for a range on the North Fork of the Platte, Major Hunter sold my 7,000 heifers at $25 a round, commanding $2.50 a head over steers of the same age. Edwards had been left in charge at Dodge, and my active partner reluctantly tore himself away from the market at Ogallala to attend our deliveries of beef at army posts. Within 6 weeks after arriving at Dodge and Ogallala, the last of our herds had changed owners, requiring another month to complete the transfers at different destinations. Many of the steers went as far north as the Yellowstone River, and Wyoming and Nebraska were liberal buyers at the upper market, while Colorado, Kansas, and the Indian Territory absorbed all offerings at the lower point. Horses were even in demand, and while we made no effort to sell our remudas, over half of them changed owners with the herds they had accompanied into the north. The season closed with a flourish. After we had wound up our affairs, Edwards and I drifted down to the beef ranch with the unsold saddle stock, and the shipping season opened. The Santa Fe Railroad had built south to Caldwell that spring, affording us a nearer shipping point, and we moved out 5 to 10 trainloads a week of single and double wintered beeves. The through cattle for restocking the range had arrived early and were held separate until the first frost, when everything would be turned loose on the Eagle Chief. Trouble was still brewing between the Cherokee Nation and the government on the one side and those holding cattle in the Strip, and a clash occurred that fall between a lieutenant of cavalry and our half-breed foreman, LaFleurs. The troops had been burning hay and destroying improvements belonging to cattle outfits, and had paid our range a visit and mixed things with our foreman. The latter stood firm on his rights as a Cherokee citizen and cited his employers as government beef contractors, but the young lieutenant haughtily ignored all statements and ordered the hay, stabling, and dugouts burned. Like a flash of light, LaFleurs aimed a 6-shooter at the officer's breast, and was instantly covered by a dozen carbines in the hands of troopers. "Order them to shoot if you dare," smilingly said the Cherokee to the young lieutenant, a cocked pistol leveled at the latter's heart, "and she goes double. There isn't a man under you can pull the trigger quicker than I can." The hay was not burned, and the stabling and dugouts housed our men and horses for several winters to come. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Reed Anthony, Cowman, an Autobiography by Andy Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The beginning of the boom. The great boom in cattle, which began in 1880 and lasted nearly 5 years, was the beginning of a ruinous end. The frenzy swept all over the northern and western half of the United States, extended into the British possessions in western Canada, and in the receding wave the Texan forgot the pit from which he was lifted and bowed down and worshipped the living calf. During this brief period, the great breeding grounds of Texas were tested to their utmost capacity to supply the demand. The canebrakes of Arkansas and Louisiana were called upon for their knotty specimens of the bovine race. Even Mexico responded, and still the insatiable maw of the early West called for more cattle. The whirlpool of speculation and investment in ranches and range stock defied the deserts on the west, sweeping across into New Mexico and Arizona, where it met a counter wave pushing inland from California to possess the new and inviting pastures. Naturally, the Texan was the last to catch the enthusiasm, but when he found his herds depleted to a remnant of their former numbers, he lost his head and plunged into the vortex with the impetuosity of a gambler. Pasture lands that he had scorned at 10 cents an acre but a decade before were eagerly sought at $2 and $3, and the cattle that he had bartered away he bought back at double and triple their former prices. How I ever weathered those years without becoming bankrupt is unexplainable. No credit or foresight must be claimed, for the opinions of men and babes were on a parity. Yet I am inclined to think it was my dread of debt, coupled with my innate love of land and cattle, that saved me from the almost universal fate of my fellow cowmen. Due acknowledgment must be given my partners, for while I held them in check in certain directions, the soundness of their advice saved my feet from many a stumble. Major Hunter was an unusually shrewd man, a financier of the rough and ready Western school, and while we made our mistakes, they were such as human foresight could not have avoided. Nor do I withhold a word of credit from our silent partner, the senator, who was the keystone to the arch of Hunter, Anthony and Company, standing in the shadow in our beginning as trail drovers, backing us with his means and credit, and fighting valiantly for our mutual interests when the firm met its Waterloo. The success of our drive for the summer of 1880 changed all plans for the future. I had learned that percentage was my ablest argument in suggesting a change of policy, and in casting up accounts for the year, we found that our heavy beeves had paid the least in the general investment. The banking instincts of my partners were unerring, and in view of the open market that we had enjoyed that summer, it was decided to withdraw from further contracting with the government. Our profits for the year were dazzling, and the actual growth of our beeves in the outlet was in itself a snug fortune, while the 5 herds bought at the 11th hour cleared over $100,000, mere pin money. I hurried home to find that fortune favored me personally, as the Texas and Pacific Railroad had built west from Fort Worth during the summer as far as Weatherford, while the survey on westward was within easy striking distance of both my ranches. My wife was dazed and delighted over the success of the summer's drive, and when I offered her the money with which to build a fine house at Fort Worth, she balked, but consented to employ a tutor at the ranch for the children. I had a little leisure time on my hands that fall. Activity in wild lands was just beginning to be felt throughout the state, and the heavy holders of scrip were offering to locate large tracts to suit the convenience of purchasers. Several railroads held immense quantities of scrip, voted to them as bonuses. All the charitable institutions of the state were endowed with liberal grants, and the great bulk of certificates issued during the Reconstruction regime for minor purposes had fallen into the hands of shrewd speculators. Among the latter was a Chicago firm, who had opened an office at Fort Worth and employed a corps of their own surveyors to locate lands for customers. They held millions of acres of scrip, and I opened negotiations with them to survey a number of additions to my Double Mountain ranch. Valuable waterfronts were becoming rather scarce, and the legislature had recently enacted a law setting apart every alternate section of land for the public schools, out of which grew the state's splendid system of education. After the exchange of a few letters, I went to Fort Worth and closed a contract with the Chicago firm to survey for my account 300,000 acres adjoining my ranch on the Salt and Double Mountain forks of the Brazos. In my own previous locations, the waterfront and valley lands were all that I had coveted, the tracts not even adjoining, the one on the Salt Fork lying like a boot, while the lower one zigzagged like a stairway in following the watercourse. The prices agreed on were 20 cents an acre for arid land, 40 for medium, and 60 for choice tracts, every other section to be set aside for school purposes in compliance with the law. My foreman would designate the land wanted, and the firm agreed to put an outfit of surveyors into the field at once. My 2 ranches were providing a valuable source of profit. After starting 5 herds of 17,000 cattle on the trail that spring, and shipping on consignment 1,500 bulls to distilleries that fall, we branded 19,500 calves on the 2 ranges. In spite of the heavy drain, the brand was actually growing in numbers, and as long as it remained an open country, I had ample room for my cattle, even on the Clear Fork. Each stock was in splendid shape, as the culling of the aging and barren of both sexes to Indian agencies and distilleries had preserved the brand vigorous and productive. The first few years of its establishment, I am satisfied that the Double Mountain Ranch increased at the rate of 90 calves to the 100 cows, and once the Clear Fork range was rid of its drones, a similar ratio was easily maintained on that range. There was no such thing as counting one's holdings. The increase only was known, and these conclusions, with due allowance for their selection, were arrived at from the calf crop of the improved herd. Its numbers were known to an animal, all chosen for their vigor and thrift, the increase for the first 2 years averaging 94%. There is little rest for the wicked and none for the cowman. I was planning an enjoyable winter, hunting with my hounds, when the former proposition of organizing an immense cattle company was revived at Washington. Our silent partner was sought on every hand by capitalists eager for investment in Western enterprises, and as cattle were absorbing general attention at the time, the tendency of speculation was all one way. The same old crowd that we had turned down 2 winters before was behind the movement, and as certain predictions that were made at the time by Major Hunter and myself had since come true, they were all the more anxious to secure our firm as associates. Our experience and resulting profits from wintering cattle in southern Kansas and the Cherokee Strip were well known to the senator, and to judge from his letters and frequent conversations, he was envied by his intimate acquaintances in Congress. In the revival of the original proposition, it was agreed that our firm might direct the management of the enterprise, all 3 of us to serve on the directorate and to have positions on the executive committee. This sounded reasonable, as there was a movement on foot to lease the entire Cherokee outlet from that nation, if an adequate range could be secured. Such a cattle company as suggested ought to be profitable. Major Hunter and I were a unit in business matters, and after an exchange of views by letter, it was agreed to run down to the capital and hold a conference with the promoters of the proposed company. My parents were aging fast, and now that I was moderately wealthy, it was a pleasure to drop in on them for a week and hearten their declining years. Accordingly, with the expectation of combining filial duty and business, I took Edwards with me and picked up the Major at his home, and the trio of us journeyed eastward. I was 10 days late in reaching Washington. It was the Christmas season in the valley. Every darky that our family ever owned renewed his acquaintance with Mars Reed, and was remembered in a way befitting the season. The recess for the holidays was over on my reaching the capital, yet in the meantime a crude outline of the proposed company was under consideration. On the advice of our silent partner, who well knew that his business associates were slightly out of their element at social functions and might take alarm, all banquets were cut out, and we met in little parties at cafes and swell bar rooms. In the course of a few days, all the preliminaries were agreed on, and a general conference was called. Neither my active partner nor myself was an orator, but we had coached the silent member of the firm to act in our behalf. The senator was a flowery talker, and in prefacing his remarks he delved into antiquity, mentioning the Aryan myth wherein the drifting clouds were supposed to be the cows of the gods, driven to and from their feeding grounds. Coming down to a later period, he referred to cattle being figured on Egyptian monuments raised 2,000 years before the Christian era, and to the important part they were made to play in Greek and Roman mythology. Referring to ancient biblical times, he dwelt on the pastoral existence of the old patriarchs as they peacefully led their herds from sheltered nook to pastures green. Passing down and through the cycles of change from ancient to modern times, he touched upon the relation of cattle to the food supply of the world, and finally the object of the meeting was reached. In few and concise words, an outline of the proposed company was set forth, its objects and limitations. A pound of beef, it was asserted, was as staple as a loaf of bread. The production of the one was as simple as the making of the other, and both were looked upon equally as the staff of life. Other remarks of a general nature followed. The capital was limited to $1 million, though double the capitalization could have been readily placed at the first meeting. Satisfactory committees were appointed on organization, and other preliminary steps and books were opened for subscriptions. Deference was shown our firm, and I subscribed the same amount as my partners, except that half my subscription was made in the name of George Edwards, as I wanted him on the executive committee, if the company ever got beyond its present embryo state, the trio of us taking only $150,000. There was a general scramble for the remainder. The preliminary steps having been taken, nothing further could be done until a range was secured. My active partner, George Edwards, and myself were appointed on this committee, and promising to report at the earliest convenience, we made preparations for returning west. A change of administration was approaching, and before leaving the capital, Edwards, my partners, and myself called on Secretaries Schurz of the Interior Department and Ramsey of the War Department. We had done an extensive business with both departments in the past, and were anxious to learn the attitude of the government in regard to leasing lands from the civilized Indian nations. A lease for the Cherokee Outlet was pending, but for lack of precedent, the retiring Secretary of the Interior, for fear of reversal by the succeeding administration, lent only a qualified approval of the same. There were 6 million acres of land in the outlet, a splendid range for maturing beef, and if an adequate-sized ranch could be secured, the new company could begin operations at once. The Cherokee Nation was anxious to secure a just rental. An association had offered $200,000 a year for the strip, and all that was lacking was a single word of endorsement from the paternal government. Hoping that the incoming administration would take favorable action permitting civilized Indian tribes to lease their surplus lands, we returned to our homes. The Cherokee Strip Cattle Association had been temporarily organized some time previous, not being chartered, however, until March 1883, and was the proposed lessee of the outlet in which our beef ranch lay. The organization was a local one, created for the purpose of removing all friction between the Cherokees and the individual holders of cattle in the Strip. The officers and directors of the association were all practical cattlemen, owners of herds and ranges in the outlet, paying the same rental as others into the general treasury of the organization. Major Hunter was well acquainted with the officers, and volunteered to take the matter up at once, by making application in person for a large range in the Cherokee Strip. There was no intention on the part of our firm to forsake the trail, this cattle company being merely a side issue, and active preparations were begun for the coming summer. The annual cattle convention would meet again in Fort Worth in February. With the West for our market and Texas the main source of supply, there was no occasion for any delay in placing our contracts for trail stock. The closing figures obtainable at Dodge and Ogallala the previous summer had established a new scale of prices for Texas, and a buyer must either pay the advance or let the cattle alone. Edwards and I were in the field fully 3 weeks before the convention met, covering our old buying grounds and venturing into new ones, advancing money liberally on all contracts, and returning to the meeting with 30 herds secured. Major Hunter met us at the convention, and while nothing definite was accomplished in securing a range, a hopeful word had reached us in regard to the new administration. Starting the new company that spring was out of the question, and all energies were thrown into the forthcoming drive. Representatives from the Northwest again swept down on the convention. All Texas was there, and for 3 days and nights the cattle interests carried the keys of the city. Our firm offered nothing, but, on the other hand, bought 3 herds of Panhandle steers for acceptance early in April. 3 weeks of active work were required to receive the cattle, the herds starting again with the grass. My individual contingent included 10,000 3-year-old steers, 2 full herds of 2-year-old heifers, and 7,000 cows. The latter were driven in 2 herds. Extra wagons with oxen attached accompanied each in order to save the calves, as a youngster was an assistance in selling an old cow. Everything was routed by Doan's Crossing, both Edwards and myself accompanying the herds, while Major Hunter returned as usual by rail. The new route, known as the Western Trail, was more direct than the Chisholm, though beset by Comanche and Kiowa Indians, once powerful tribes, but now little more than beggars. The trip was nearly featureless, except that during a terrible storm on Big Elk, a number of Indians took shelter under and around one of our wagons, and a squaw was killed by lightning. For some unaccountable reason, the old dame defied the elements and had climbed up on a water barrel which was ironed to the side of the commissary wagon, when the bolt struck her and she tumbled off dead among her people. The incident created quite a commotion among the Indians, who set up a keening, and the husband of the squaw refused to be comforted until I gave him a stray cow, when he smiled and asked for a bill of sale so that he could sell the hide at the agency. I shook my head, and the cook told him in Spanish that no one but the owner could give a bill of sale, when he looked reproachfully at me and said, "Maybe so you steal him." I caught a stage at Camp Supply and reached Dodge a week in advance of the herds. Major Hunter was awaiting me with the report that our application for an extra lease in the Cherokee Strip had been refused. Those already holding cattle in the outlet were to retain their old grazing grounds, and as we had no more range than we needed for the firm's holding of stock, we must look elsewhere to secure one for the new company. A movement was being furthered in Washington, however, to secure a lease from the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, blanket Indians, whose reservation lay just south of the Strip, near the center of the territory, and between the Chisholm and Western trails. George Edwards knew the country, having issued cows at those agencies for several summers, and reported the country well adapted for ranging cattle. We had a number of congressmen and several distinguished senators in our company, and if there was such a thing as pulling the wires with the new administration, there was little doubt but it would be done. Kirkwood of Iowa had succeeded Schurz in the Interior Department, and our information was that he would at least approve of any lease secured. We were urged at the earliest opportunity to visit the Cheyenne and Arapaho agency and open negotiations with the ruling chiefs of those tribes. This was impossible just at present, for with 40 herds numbering 126,000 cattle on the trail, and for our beef ranch, a busy summer lay before us. Edwards was dispatched to meet and turn off the herds intended for our range in the outlet. Major Hunter proceeded on to Ogallala, while I remained at Dodge until the last cattle arrived or passed that point. The summer of 1881 proved a splendid market for the drover. Demand far exceeded supply, and prices soared upward, while she-stuff commanded a premium of $3 to $5 a head over steers of the same age. Panhandle and North Texas cattle topped the market, their quality easily classifying them above Mexican, coast, and southern breeding. Herds were sold and cleared out for their destination almost as fast as they arrived. The Old West wanted the cattle, and had the range and to spare, all of which was a tempered wind to the Texas drover. I spent several months in Dodge, shaping up our herds as they arrived, and sending the majority of them on to Ogallala. The cows were the last to arrive on the Arkansas, and they sold like pies to hungry boys, while all the remainder of my individual stock went on to the Platte, and were handled by our segundo and my active partner. Near the middle of the summer, I closed up affairs at Dodge, and, taking the assistant bookkeeper with me, moved up to Ogallala. Shortly after my arrival there, it was necessary to send a member of the firm to Miles City on the Yellowstone River in Montana, and the mission fell to me. Major Hunter had sold 20,000 threes for delivery at that point, and the cattle were already en route to their destination on my arrival. I took train and stage and met the herds on the Yellowstone. On my return to Ogallala, the season was drawing to a feverish close. All our cattle were sold, the only delay being in deliveries and settlements. Several of our herds were received on the Platte, but as it happened, nearly all our sales were effected with new cattle companies, and they had too much confidence in the ability of Texas outfits to deliver to assume the risk themselves. Everything was fish to our net, and if a buyer had insisted on our delivering in Canada, I think Major Hunter would have met the request had the price been satisfactory. We had the outfits and horses, and our men were plainsmen and were at home as long as they could see the North Star. Edwards attended a delivery on the Crazy Woman in Wyoming. Major Hunter made a trip for a similar purpose to the Niobrara in Nebraska, and various trail foremen represented the firm at minor deliveries. All trail business was closed before the middle of September. The bookkeepers made up their final statements, and we shook hands all round and broke the necks of a few bottles. But the climax of the year's profit came from the beef ranch in the outlet. The eastern markets were clamoring for well-fatted western stock, and we sent out train after train of double-wintered beeves that paid 100% profit on every year we had held them. The single-wintered cattle paid nearly as well, and in making ample room for the through steers, we shipped out 18,000 head from our holdings on the Eagle Chief. The splendid profits from maturing beeves on northern ranges naturally made us anxious to start the new company. We were doing fairly well as a firm and personally, and with our mastery of the business, it was but natural that we should enlarge rather than restrict our operations. There had been no decrease of the foreign capital, principally Scotch and English, for investment in ranges and cattle in the West during the summer just past, and it was contrary to the policy of Hunter, Anthony and Company to take a backward step. The frenzy for organizing cattle companies was on with a fury, and half-breed Indians and squawmen with rights on reservations were in demand as partners in business or as managers of cattle syndicates. An amusing situation developed during the summer of 1881 at Dodge. The Texas drovers formed a social club and rented and furnished quarters. which immediately became the rendezvous for the wayfaring mavericks. Cigars and refreshments were added, social games introduced, and in burlesque of the general craze of organizing stock companies to engage in cattle ranching, our club adopted the name of the Juan Jinglero Cattle Company Limited. The capital stock was placed at $5 million, fully paid and non-assessable, with John T. Lytle as treasurer, E. G. Head as secretary, Jess Presnell as attorney, Captain E. G. Millett as fiscal agent for placing the stock, and a dozen leading drovers as vice presidents, while the presidency fell to me. We used the best of printed stationery, and all the papers of Kansas City and Omaha innocently took it up and gave the new cattle company the widest publicity. The promoters of the club intended it as a joke, but the prominence of its officers fooled the outside public, and applications began to pour in to secure stock in the new company. No explanation was offered, but all applications were courteously refused on the ground that the capital was already oversubscribed. All members were freely using the club stationery, thus daily advertising us far and wide, while no end of jokes were indulged in at the expense of the burlesque company. For instance, Major Seth Mabry left word at the club to forward his mail to Kansas City, care of Armour's Bank, as he expected to be away from Dodge for a week. No sooner had he gone than every member of the club wrote him a letter in care of that popular bank, addressing him as first vice president and director of the Juan Jinglero Cattle Company. While attending to business, Major Mabry was hourly honored by bankers and intimate friends desiring to secure stock in the company, to all of whom he turned a deaf ear, but kept the secret. "I told the boys," said Major Seth on his return, "that our company was a close corporation, and unless we increased the capital stock, there was no hope of them getting in on the ground floor." In Dodge, practical joking was carried to the extreme, both by citizens and cowmen. One night a tipsy foreman, who had just arrived over the trail, insisted on going the rounds with a party of us, and in order to shake him, we entered a variety theater, where my maudlin friend soon fell asleep in his seat. The rest of us left the theater, and after seeing the sights, I wandered back to the vaudeville, finding the performance over and my friend still sound asleep. I awoke him, never letting him know that I had been absent for hours, and after rubbing his eyes open, he said, "Reed, is it all over? No dance or concert? They give a good show here, don't they?" End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Reed Anthony, Cowman, an Autobiography, by Andy Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cheyenne and Arapaho Cattle Company. The assassination of President Garfield temporarily checked our plans in forming the new cattle company. Kirkwood of the Interior Department was disposed to be friendly to all Western enterprises, but our advices from Washington anticipated a reorganization of the cabinet under Arthur. Senator Teller was slated to succeed Kirkwood, and as there was no question about the former being fully in sympathy with everything pertaining to the West, everyone interested in the pending project lent his influence in supporting the Colorado man for the Interior portfolio. Several senators and any number of representatives were subscribers to our company, and by early fall the outlook was so encouraging that we concluded at least to open negotiations for a lease on the Cheyenne and Arapaho reservation. A friendly acquaintance was accordingly to be cultivated with the Indian agent of these tribes. George Edwards knew him personally, and, well in advance of Major Hunter and myself, dropped down to the agency and made known his errand. There were already a number of cattle being held on the reservation by squawmen, sutlers, contractors, and other army followers stationed at Fort Reno. The latter ignored all rights of the tribes and even collected a rental from outside cattle for grazing on the reservation, and were naturally antagonistic to any interference with their personal plans. There had been more or less friction between the Indian agent and these usurpers of the grazing privileges, and a proposition to lease 1,000,000 acres at an annual rental of $50,000 at once met with the sanction of the agent. Major Hunter and I were notified of the outlook, and at the close of the beef shipping season we took stage for the Cheyenne and Arapahoe agency. Our segundo had thoroughly ridden over the country. The range was a desirable one, and we soon came to terms with the agent. He was looked upon as a necessary adjunct to the success of our company. A small block of stock was set aside for his account, while his usefulness in various ways would entitle his name to grace the salary list. For the present, the opposition of the army followers was to be ignored, and no one gave them credit for being able to thwart our plans. The Indian agent called the head men of the two tribes together. The powwow was held at the summer encampment of the Cheyennes, and the principal chiefs of the Arapahoes were present. A beef was barbecued at our expense, and a great deal of good tobacco was smoked. Aside from the agent, we employed a number of interpreters. The council lasted 2 days, and on its conclusion we held a 5 years' lease, with the privilege of renewal, on 1,000,000 acres of as fine grazing land as the West could boast. The agreement was signed by every chief present, and it gave us the privilege to fence our range, build shelter and stabling for our men and horses, and otherwise equip ourselves for ranching. The rental was payable semi-annually in advance, to begin with the occupation of the country the following spring, and both parties to the lease were satisfied with the terms and conditions. In the territory allotted to us grazed 2 small stocks of cattle, one of which had comfortable winter shelters on Quartermaster Creek. Our next move was to buy both these brands, and thus gain the goodwill of the only occupants of the range. Possession was given at once, and leaving Edwards and a few men to hold the range, the Major and I returned to Kansas and reported our success to Washington. The organization was perfected, and the Cheyenne and Arapahoe Cattle Company began operations with all the rights and privileges of an individual. 1/4 of the capital stock was at once paid into the hands of the treasurer. The lease and cattle on hand were transferred to the new company, and the executive committee began operations for the future. Barbed wire by the carload was purchased, sufficient to build 100 miles of 4-strand fence, and arrangements were made to have the same freighted 150 miles inland by wagon from the railway terminal to the new ranch on Quartermaster Creek. Contracts were let to different men for cutting the posts and building the fence, and one of the old trail bosses came on from Texas and was installed as foreman of the new range. The first meeting of stockholders for permanent organization was awaiting the convenience of the Western contingent, and once Edwards was relieved, he and Major Hunter took my proxy and went on to the national capital. Every interest had been advanced to the farthest possible degree. Surveyors would run the lines, the posts would be cut and hauled during the winter, and by the 1st of June the fences would be up and the range ready to receive the cattle. I had returned to Texas to find everything in a prosperous condition. The Texas and Pacific Railway had built their line westward during the past summer, crossing the Colorado River 60 miles south of headquarters on the Double Mountain Ranch, and paralleling my Clear Fork range at about half that distance below. Previous to my return, the foreman on my western ranch shipped out 4 trains of 1,600 bulls on consignment to our regular customer in Illinois, it being the largest single shipment made from Colorado City since the railway reached that point. Thrifty little towns were springing up along the railroad, land was in demand as a result of the boom in cattle, and an air of prosperity pervaded both city and hamlet, and was reflected in a general activity throughout the state. The improved herd was the pride of the Double Mountain Ranch, now increased by over 700 half-blood heifers, while the young males were annually claimed for the improvement of the main ranch stock. For fear of in-breeding, 3 years was the limit of use of any bulls among the improved cattle, the first importation going to the main stock, and the second consignment supplanting them at the head of the herd. In the permanent organization of the Cheyenne and Arapahoe Cattle Company, the position of general manager fell to me. It was my wish that this place should have gone to Edwards, as he was well qualified to fill it. While I was busy looking after the firm and individual interests, Major Hunter likewise favored our segundo, but the Eastern stockholders were insistent that the management of the new company should rest in the hands of a successful cowman. The salary contingent with the position was no inducement to me, but with the pressure brought to bear, and in the interest of harmony, I was finally prevailed on to accept the management. The proposition was a simple one: the maturing and marketing of beeves. We had made a success of the firm's beef ranch in the Cherokee Outlet, and as far as human foresight went, all things augured for a profitable future. There was no intention on the part of the old firm to retire from the enviable position that we occupied as trail drovers. Thus enlarging the scope of our operations as cowmen simply meant that greater responsibility would rest on the shoulders of the active partners and our trusted men. Accepting the management of the new company meant to a certain extent a severance of my personal connection with the firm, yet my every interest was maintained in the trail and beef ranch. One of my first acts as manager of the new company was to serve a notice to our secretary-treasurer calling for the capital stock to be paid in on or before February 1st, 1882. It was my intention to lay the foundation of the new company on a solid basis, and with ample capital at my command, I gave the practical experiences of my life to the venture. During the winter, I bought 500 head of choice saddle horses, all bred in North Texas and the Panhandle, every one of which I passed on personally before accepting. Thus outfitted, I awaited the annual cattle convention. Major Hunter and our segundo were present, and while we worked in harmony, I was as wide awake for a bargain in the interests of the new company as they were in that of the old firm. I let contracts for 5 herds of 15,000 Panhandle 3-year-old steers for delivery on the new range in the Indian Territory, and bought 9,000 twos to be driven on company account. There was the usual whoop and hurrah at the convention, and when it closed, I lacked only 6,000 head of my complement for the new ranch. I was confining myself strictly to North Texas and Panhandle cattle, for through Montana cowmen I learned that there was an advantage at maturity in the northern bred animal. Major Hunter and our segundo bought and contracted in a dozen counties from the Rio Grande to Red River during the convention, and at the close we scattered to the 4 winds in the interest of our respective work. In order to give my time and attention to the new organization, I assigned my individual cattle to the care of the firm, of which I was sending out 10,000 3-year-old steers and 2 herds of aging and dry cows. They would take their chances in the open market, though I would have dearly loved to take over the young steers for the new company rather than have bought their equivalent in numbers. I had a dislike of parting with an animal of my own breeding, and to have brought these to a ripe maturity under my own eye would have been a pleasure and a satisfaction. But such an action might have caused distrust of my management, and an honest name is a valuable asset in a cowman's capital. My ranch foreman made up the herds and started my individual cattle on the trail. I had previously bought the 2 remaining herds in Archer and Clay counties, and in the 5 that were contracted for and would be driven at company risk and account, every animal passed and was received under my personal inspection. 3 of the latter were routed by way of the Chisholm Trail and 2 by the Western, while the cattle under contract for delivery at the company ranch went by any route that their will and pleasure saw fit. I saw very little of my old associates during the spring months, for no sooner had I started the herds than I hastened to overtake the lead one so as to arrive with the cattle at their new range. I had kept in touch with the building of fences, and on our arrival near the middle of May, the western and southern strings were completed. It was not my intention to enclose the entire range, only so far as to catch any possible drift of cattle to the south or west. A 20-mile spur of fence on the east, with half that line and all the north one open, would be sufficient until further encroachments were made on our range. We would have to ride the fences daily anyhow, and where there was no danger of drifting, an open line was as good as a fence. As fast as the cattle arrived, they were placed under loose herd for the first 2 weeks. Early in June, the last of the contracted herds arrived and were scattered over the range, the outfits returning to Texas. I reduced my help gradually as the cattle quieted down and became located, until by the middle of summer we were running the ranch with 30 men, which were later reduced to 20 for the winter. Line camps were established on the north and east. Comfortable quarters were built for fence riders and their horses, and aside from headquarters camp, half a dozen outposts were maintained. Hay contracts were let for sufficient forage to winter 40 horses. The cattle located nicely within a month, and time rolled by without a cloud on the horizon of the new cattle company. I paid a flying visit to Dodge and Ogallala, but finding the season drawing to a close and the firm's cattle all sold, I contentedly returned to my accepted task. I had been buried for several months in the heart of the Indian Territory, and to get out where one could read the daily newspapers was a treat. During my banishment, Senator Teller had been confirmed as Secretary of the Interior, an appointment that augured well for the future of the Cheyenne and Arapahoe Cattle Company. Advices from Washington were encouraging, and while the new secretary lacked authority to sanction our lease, his tacit approval was assured. The firm of Hunter, Anthony and Company made a barrel of money in trailing cattle and from their beef ranch during the summer of 1882. I actually felt grieved over my portion of the season's work, for while I had established a promising ranch, I had little to show, the improvement account being heavy, owing to our isolation. It was doubtful if we could have sold the ranch and cattle at a profit yet. I was complimented on my management and given to understand that the stockholders were anxious to double the capitalization should I consent. Range was becoming valuable, and at a meeting of the directors that fall, a resolution was passed authorizing me to secure a lease adjoining our present one. Accordingly, when paying the second installment of rent money, I took the Indian agent of the 2 tribes with me. The leading chiefs were pleased with my punctuality in meeting the rental, and a proposition to double their income of grass money met with hearty grunts of approval. I made the council a little speech, my maiden endeavor, and when it was interpreted to the squatting circle, I had won the confidence of these simple aborigines. A duplicate of our former lease in acreage and terms was drawn up and signed, and during the existence of our company, the best teepee in the winter or summer encampments of either the Cheyenne or Arapahoes was none too good for Reed Anthony when he came with the rent money or on other business. Our capital stock was increased to $2 million, in the latter half of which $100,000 was asked for and allotted to me. I stayed on the range until the 1st of December, freighting in 1,000 bushels of corn for the horses, and otherwise seeing that the camps were fully provisioned before returning to my home in Texas. The winter proved dry and cold, the cattle coming through in fine condition, not 1% of loss being sustained, which is a good record for through stock. Spring came and found me on the trail with 5 herds on company account and 8 herds under contract, a total of 40,000 cattle intended for the enlarged range. All had been bought north of the quarantine line in Texas and were turned loose with the wintered ones, fever having been unknown among our holdings of the year before. In the meantime, the eastern spur of fence had been taken down, and the southern line extended 40 miles eastward and north the same distance. The northern line of our range was left open, the fences being merely intended to catch any possible drift from summer storms or wintry blizzards. Yet in spite of this precaution, 2 roundup outfits were kept in the field through the early summer, one crossing into the Chickasaw Nation and the other going as far south as Red River, gathering any possible strays from the new range. I was giving my best services to the new company, save for the fact that I had capable foremen on my individual ranches in Texas. My absence was felt in directing the interests of the firm and personally. Major Hunter had promoted an old foreman to a trusted man, and the firm kept up the volume of business on the trail and ranch, though I was summoned once to Dodge and twice to Ogallala during the summer of 1883. Issues had arisen making my presence necessary, but after the last trail herd was sold, I returned to my post. The boom was still on in cattle at the trail markets, and Texas was straining every energy to supply the demand, yet the cry swept down from the north for more cattle. I was branding 20,000 calves a year on my 2 ranches, holding the increase down to that number by sending she stuff up the country on sale, and from half a dozen sources of income I was coining money beyond human need or necessity. I was then in the physical prime of my life and was master of a profitable business, while vistas of a brilliant future opened before me on every hand. When the roundup outfits came in for the summer, the beef shipping began. In the first 2 contingents of cattle purchased in securing the goodwill of the original range, we now had 5,000 double-wintered beeves. It was my intention to ship out the best of the single-wintered ones, and 5 separate outfits were ordered into the saddle for that purpose. With the exception of line and fence riders, for 240 miles were ridden daily, rain or shine, summer or winter, every man on the ranch took up his abode with the wagons. Caldwell and Honeywell on the Kansas state line were the nearest shipping points, requiring 15 days' travel with beeves, and if there was no delay in cars, an outfit could easily gather the cattle and make a round trip in less than a month. 3 or 4 train loads, numbering from 1,050 to 1,400 head, were cut out at a time and handled by a single outfit. I covered the country between the ranch and shipping points, riding night and day ahead in ordering cars, and dropping back to the ranch to superintend the cutting out of the next contingent of cattle. Each outfit made 3 trips, shipping out 15,000 beeves that fall, leaving 60,000 cattle to winter on the range. Several times that fall, when shipping beeves from Caldwell, we met up with the firm's outfits from the Eagle Chief in the Cherokee Outlet. Naturally, the different shipping crews looked over each other's cattle, and an intense rivalry sprang up between the different foremen and men. The cattle of the new company outshone those of the old firm, and were outselling them in the markets, while the former's remudas were in a class by themselves, all of which was salt to open wounds and magnified the jealousy between our outfits. The rivalry amused me, and until petty personalities were freely indulged in, I encouraged and widened the breach between the rival crews. The outfit under my direction had accumulated a large supply of saddle and sleeping blankets procured from the Indians, gaudy in color, manufactured in sizes for papoose, squaw, and buck. These goods were of the finest quality, but during the annual festivals of the tribes, Lo's hunger for gambling induced him to part for a mere song with the blanket that the paternal government intended should shelter him during the storms of winter. Every man in my outfit owned from 6 to 10 blankets, and the Eagle Chief lads rechristened the others, including myself, with the most odious of Indian names. In return, we refused to visit or eat at their wagons, claiming that they lived slovenly and were lousy. The latter had an educated Scotchman with them, McDougal by name, the ranch bookkeeper, who always went into town in advance to order cars. McDougal had a weakness for the cup, and on one occasion he fell into the hands of my men, who humored his failing, marching him through the streets, saloons, and hotels, shouting at the top of his voice, "Hunter and Anthony and Company are going to ship." The expression became a byword among the citizens of the town, and every reappearance of McDougal was accepted as a herald that our outfits from the Eagle Chief were coming in with cattle. A special meeting of the stockholders was called at Washington that fall, which all the Western members attended. Reports were submitted by the Secretary, Treasurer, and myself. The Executive Committee made several suggestions. The proposition to pay a dividend was overwhelmingly voted down, and a further increase of the capital stock was urged by the Eastern contingent. I sounded a note of warning, called attention to the single cloud on the horizon, which was the enmity that we had engendered in a clique of army followers in and around Fort Reno. These men had in the past, were even then, collecting tolls from every other holder of cattle on the Cheyenne and Arapahoe reservation. That this coterie of usurpers hated the new company and me personally was a well-known fact, while its influence was proving much stronger than at first anticipated, and I cheerfully admitted the same to the stockholders assembled. The Eastern mind, living under established conditions, could hardly realize the chaotic state of affairs in the West, with its vicious morals, and any attempt to levy tribute in the form of blackmail was repudiated by the stockholders in assembly. Major Hunter understood my position and delicately suggested coming to terms with the company's avowed enemies as the only feasible solution of the impending trouble. To further enlarge our holdings of cattle and leased range, he urged, would be throwing down the gauntlet in defiance of the clique of army attachés. Evidently, no one took us seriously, and instead, ringing resolutions passed, enlarging the capital stock by another $1 million, with instructions to increase our leases accordingly. The Western contingent returned home with some misgivings as to the future. Nothing was to be feared from the tribes from whom we were leasing, nor the Comanche and his allies on the southwest, though there were renegades in both. But the danger lay in the flotsam of the superior race which infested the frontier. I felt no concern for my personal welfare, riding in and out of Fort Reno at my will and pleasure, though I well knew that my presence on the reservation was a thorn in the flesh of my enemies. There was little to fear, however, as the latter class of men never met an adversary in the open, but by secret methods sought to accomplish their objects. The breach between the Indian agent and these parasites of the army was constantly widening, and an effort had been made to have the former removed. But our friends at the national capital took a hand, and the movement was thwarted. Fuel was being constantly added to the fire, and on our taking a third lease on 1 million acres, the smoke gave way to flames. Our usual pacific measures were pursued, buying out any cattle in conflict, but fencing our entire range. The last addition to our pasture embraced a strip of country 20 miles wide, lying north of and parallel to the 2 former leases, and gave us a range on which no animal need ever feel the restriction of a fence. 10 to 15 acres were sufficient to graze a steer the year round, but owing to the fact that we depended entirely on running water, much of the range would be valueless during the dry summer months. I readily understood the advantages of a half-stocked range, and expected in the future to allow 25 acres in the summer and 30 in the winter to the pastures holdings. Everything being snug for the winter, orders were left to ride certain fences twice a day, lines where we feared fence cutting, and I took my departure for home. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Reed Anthony, Cowman, an autobiography by Andy Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Holding the Fort. As in many other lines of business, there were ebb and flood tides in cattle. The opening of the trail through to the extreme northwest gave the range livestock industry its greatest impetus. There have always been seasons of depression and advances, the cycles covering periods from 10 to a dozen years. The duration of the ebb and stationary tides being double that of the flood. Outside influences have had their bearing, and the wresting of an empire from its savage possessors in the West and its immediate occupancy by the dominant race in ranching stimulated cattle prices far beyond what was justified by the laws of supply and demand. The boom in livestock in the Southwest, which began in the early '80s, stands alone in the market variations of the last half-century, and as if to rebuke the folly of man and remind him that he is but grass, nature frowned with 2 successive severe winters, humbling the kings and princes of the range. Up to and including the winter of 1883-84, the loss among range cattle was trifling. The country was new and open, and when the stock could drift freely in advance of storms, their instincts carried them to the sheltering coulees, cut banks, and broken country until the blizzard had passed. Since our firm began maturing beeves 10 years before, the losses attributable to winter were never noticed, nor did they in the least affect our profits. On my ranches in Texas, the primitive law of survival of the fittest prevailed, the winter kill falling sorest among the weak and aging cows. My personal loss was always heavier than that of the firm, owing to my holdings being mixed stock, and due to the fact that an animal in the South never took on tallow enough to assist materially in resisting a winter. The cattle of the North always had the flesh to withstand the rigors of the wintry season, dry, cold, zero weather being preferable to rain, sleet, and the northers that swept across the plains of Texas. The range of the new company was intermediate between the extremes of north and south, and as we handled all steer cattle, no one entertained any fear from the climate. I passed a comparatively idle winter at my home on the Clear Fork. Weekly reports reached me from the new ranch, several of which caused uneasiness, as our fences were several times cut on the southwest, and a prairie fire, the work of an incendiary, broke out at midnight on our range. Happily the wind fell, and by daybreak the smoke arose in columns, summoning every man on the ranch, and the fire was soon brought under control. As a precaution to such a possibility, we had burned fire guards entirely around the range by plowing furrows 100 feet apart and burning out the middle. Taking advantage of creeks and watercourses, natural boundaries that a prairie fire could hardly jump, we had cut and quartered the pasture with fire guards in such a manner that, unless there was a concerted action on the part of any hirelings of our enemies, it would have been impossible to have burned more than a small portion of the range at any one time. But these malicious attempts at our injury made the outfit doubly vigilant, and cutting fences and burning range would have proven unhealthful occupations had the perpetrators, red or white, fallen into the hands of the foreman and his men. I naturally looked on the bright side of the future, and in the hope that, once the entire range was fenced, we could keep trespassers out. I made preparations for the spring drive. With the first appearance of grass, all the surplus horses were ordered down to Texas from the company ranch. There was a noticeable lull at the cattle convention that spring, and an absence of buyers from the Northwest was apparent, resulting in little or no trouble in contracting for delivery on the ranch, and in buying on company account at the prevailing prices of the spring before. Cattle were high enough as it was. In fact, the market was top-heavy and wobbling on its feet, though the brightest of us cowmen naturally supposed that current values would always remain up in the pictures. As manager of the new company, I bought and contracted for 50,000 steers, 10 herds of which were to be driven on company account. All the cattle came from the Panhandle and North Texas, above the quarantine line, the latter precaution being necessary in order to avoid any possibility of fever in mixing through and northern wintered stock. With the opening of spring, 2 of my old foremen were promoted to assist in the receiving, as my contracts called for everything to be passed upon on the home range before starting the herds. Some little friction had occurred the summer before with the deliveries at the company ranch in an effort to turn in short-aged cattle. All contracts this year and the year before called for 3s, and frequently several hundred long 2s were found in a single herd, and I refused to accept them unless at the customary difference in price. More or less contention arose, and for the present spring I proposed to curb all friction at home, allotting to my assistants the receiving of the herds for company risk, and personally passing on 7 under contract. The original firm was still in the field, operating exclusively in Central Texas and Panhandle cattle. Both my ranches sent out their usual contribution of steers and cows, consigned them to the care of the firm, which was now giving more attention to quality than quantity. The absence of men from the Northwest at the cattle convention that spring was taken as an omen that the upper country would soon be satiated, a hint that retrenchment was in order, and a better class of stock was to receive the firm's attention in its future operations. My personal contingent of steers would have passed muster in any country, and as to my consignment of cows, they were pure velvet, and could defy competition in the upper range markets. Everything moved out with the grass as usual, and when the last of the company herds had crossed Red River, I rode through to the new ranch. The north and east line of fence was nearing completion. The western string was joined to the original boundary, and with the range fully enclosed, my ranch foreman, the men, and myself looked forward to a prosperous future. The herds arrived and were located. The usual roundup outfits were sent out wherever there was a possibility of a stray, and we settled down in pastoral security. The ranch outfit had held their own during the winter just past, had trailed down stolen cattle, and knew to a certainty who the thieves were and where they came from. Except what had been slaughtered, all the stock was recovered, and due notice given to offenders that Judge Lynch would preside should anyone suspected of fence cutting, starting incendiary fires, or stealing cattle be caught within the boundaries of our leases. Fortunately, the other cowmen were tiring of paying tribute to the usurpers, and our determined stand heartened holders of cattle on the reservation, many of whom were now seeking leases direct from the tribes. I made it my business personally to see every owner of livestock occupying the country, and urged upon them the securing of leases and making an organized fight for our safety. Lessees in the Cherokee Strip had fenced as a matter of convenience and protection, and I urged the same course on the Cheyenne and Arapahoe reservation, offering the free use of our line fences to anyone who wished to adjoin our pastures. In the course of a month, nearly every acre of the surrounding country was taken, only 1 or 2 squaw men holding out, and these claiming their ranges under Indian rights. the movement was made so aggressive that the usurpers were driven into obscurity, never showing their hand again until after the presidential election that fall. During the summer a deputation of Cheyennes and Arapahoes visited me at ranch headquarters. On the last lease taken, and now enclosed in our pasture, there were a number of wild plum groves covering thousands of acres, and the Indians wanted permission to gather the ripening fruit. Taking advantage of the opportunity in granting the request, I made it a point to fortify the friendly relations, not only with ourselves, but with all other cattlemen on the reservation. 10 days' permission was given to gather the wild plums. Camps were allotted to the Indians, and when the fruit was all gathered, I barbecued 5 stray beeves in parting with my guests. The Indian agent and every cowman on the reservation were invited, and at the conclusion of the festival, the Quaker agent made the assembled chiefs a fatherly talk. Torpid from feasting, the bucks grunted approval of the new order of things, and an Arapaho chief, responding in behalf of his tribe, said that the rent for the grass now fed his people better than under the old buffalo days. Pledging anew the fraternal bond, and appointing the gathering of the plums as an annual festival thereafter, the tribes took up their march in returning to their encampment. I was called to Dodge but once during the summer of 1884. My steers had gone to Ogallala and were sold, the cows remaining at the lower market, all of which had changed owners with the exception of 1,000 head. The demand had fallen off, and a dull close of the season was predicted, but I shaded prices and closed up my personal holdings before returning. Several of the firm's steer herds were unsold at Dodge, but on the approach of the shipping season, I returned to my task, and we began to move out beeves with 7 outfits in the saddle. 4 round trips were made to the crew, shipping out 20,000 double and half that number of single wintered cattle. The grass had been fine that summer, and the beeves came up in prime condition, always topping the market as range cattle at the markets to which they were consigned. That branch of the work over, every energy was centered in making the ranch snug for the winter. Extra fire guards were plowed, and the middles burned out, cutting the range into a dozen parcels, and thus, as far as possible, the winter forage was secured for our holdings of 80,000 cattle. Hay and grain contracts had been previously let, the latter to be freighted in from southern Kansas, when the news reached us that the recent election had resulted in a political change of administration. What effect this would have on our holding cattle on Indian lands was pure conjecture, though our enemies came out of hiding, gloating over the change and swearing vengeance on the Cowman on the Cheyenne and Arapaho reservation. The turn of the tide in cattle prices was noticeable at all the range markets that fall. A number of herds were unsold at Dodge, among them being one of ours, but we turned it southeast early in September and wintered it on our range in the outlet. The largest drive in the history of the trail had taken place that summer, and the failure of the West and Northwest to absorb the entire offerings of the drovers made the old firm apprehensive of the future. There was a noticeable shrinkage in our profits from trail operations, but with the supposition that it was merely an off year, the matter was passed for the present. It was the opinion of the directors of the new company that no dividends should be declared until our range was stocked to its full capacity, or until there was a comfortable surplus. This suited me, and returning home, I expected to spend the winter with my family, now increased to 4 girls and 6 boys. But a cowman can promise himself little rest or pleasure. After a delightful week spent on my western ranch, I returned to the Clear Fork, and during the latter part of November a terrible norther swept down and caught me in a hunting camp 25 miles from home. My 2 oldest boys were along, a negro cook and a few hands, and in spite of our cozy camp, we all nearly froze to death. Nothing but a roaring fire saved us during the first night of its duration, and the next morning we saddled our horses and struck out for home, riding in the face of a sleet that froze our clothing like armor. Norther followed norther, and I was getting uneasy about the company ranch when I received a letter from Major Hunter, stating that he was starting out for our range in the Outlet and predicting a heavy loss of cattle. Headquarters in the Indian Territory were fully 250 miles due north, and within an hour after receiving the letter, I started overland on horseback, using 2 of my best saddlers for the trip. To have gone by rail and stage would have taken 4 days, and if fair weather favored me, I could nearly divide that time by half. Changing horses frequently, one day out I had left Red River in my rear, but before me lay an uninhabited country, unless I veered from my course and went through the Chickasaw Nation. For the sake of securing grain for the horses, this tack was made, following the old Chisholm Trail for nearly 100 miles. The country was in the grip of winter, sleet and snow covering the ground, with succor for man and horse far apart. Munford Johnson's ranch on the Washita River was reached late the second night, and by daybreak the next morning I was on the trail, making Quartermaster Creek by 1 o'clock that day. Fortunately, no storms were encountered en route, but King Winter ruled the range with an iron hand. Fully 6 inches of snow covering the pasture, over which was a crusted sleet capable of carrying the weight of a beef. The foreman and his men were working night and day to succor the cattle. Between storms, 2 crews of boys drifted everything back from the south line of fence, while others cut ice and opened the water to the perishing animals. Scarcity of food was the most serious matter, being unable to reach the grass under its coat of sleet and snow. The cattle had eaten willows down to the ground. When a boy in Virginia, I had often helped cut down basswood and maple trees in the spring for the cattle to browse upon, and sending to the agency for new axes, I armed every man on the ranch with one, and we began felling the cottonwood and other edible timber along the creeks and rivers in the pasture. The cattle followed the axemen like sheep, eating the tender branches of the softer woods to the size of a man's wrist. The crash of a falling tree bringing them by the dozens to browse and stay their hunger. I swung an axe with the men, and never did slaves under the eye of a taskmaster work as faithfully or as long as we did in cutting ice and falling timber in succoring our holding of cattle. Several times the sun shone warm for a few days, melting the snow off the southern slopes, when we took to our saddles, breaking the crust with long poles, the cattle following to where the range was bared that they might get a bit of grass. Had it not been for a few such sunny days, our loss would have been double what it was. But as it was, with the general range in the clutches of sleet and snow for over 50 days, about 20% of our holdings were winter-killed, principally of through cattle. Our saddle stock, outside of what was stabled and grain-fed, braved the winter, pawing away the snow and sleet in foraging for their subsistence. A few weeks of fine, balmy weather in January and February followed the distressing season of wintry storms, the cattle taking to the short buffalo grass and rapidly recuperating. But just when we felt that the worst was over, simultaneously 6 prairie fires broke out in different portions of the pasture, calling every man to a fight that lasted 3 days. Our enemies, not content with havoc wrought by the elements, were again in the saddle, striking in the dark and escaping before dawn, inflicting injuries on dumb animals and harassing their owners. That it was the work of hireling renegades, more likely white than red, there was little question, but the necessity of preserving the range withheld us from trailing them down and meting out a justice they so richly deserved. Dividing the ranch help into half a dozen crews, we rode to the burning grass and began counter-firing and otherwise resorting to every known method in checking the consuming flames. One of the best-known devices in short grass and flank fires was the killing of a light beef, beheading and splitting it open, leaving the hide to hold the parts together. By turning the animal flesh side down and taking ropes from a front and hind foot to the pommels of two saddles, the men, by riding apart, could straddle the flames, virtually rubbing the fire out with the dragging carcass. Other men followed with wet blankets and beat out any remaining flames, the work being carried on at a gallop, with a change of horses every mile or so, and the fire was thus constantly hemmed into a point. The variations of the wind sometimes entirely checked all effort, between midnight and morning being the hours in which most progress was accomplished. No sooner was one section of the fire brought under control than we divided the forces and hastened to lend assistance to the next nearest section, the cooks with commissaries following up the firefighters. While a single blade of grass was burning, no one thought of sleeping, and after 1/3 of the range was consumed, the last of the incendiary fires was stamped out, when we lay down around the wagons and slept the sleep of exhaustion. There was still enough range saved to bring the cattle safely through until spring, leaving the entire ranch outfit to ride the fences, several lines of which were found cut by the renegades in entering and leaving the pasture, and guard the gates. I took train and stage for the Grove. Major Hunter had returned from the firm's ranch in the Strip, where heavy losses were encountered, though it then rested in perfect security from any influence except the elements. With me, the burning of the company range might be renewed at any moment, in which event we should have to cut our own fences and let the cattle drift south through an Indian country, with nothing to check them except Red River. A climax was approaching in the company's existence, and the delay of a day or week might mean inestimable loss. In cunning and craftiness our enemies were expert. They knew their control of the situation fully, and nothing but cowardice would prevent their striking the final victorious blow. My old partner and I were a unit as to the only course to pursue, one which meant a dishonorable compromise with our enemies, as the only hope of saving the cattle. A wire was accordingly sent east, calling a special meeting of the stockholders. We followed ourselves within an hour. On arriving at the national capital, we found that all outside shareholders had arrived in advance of ourselves, and we went into session with closed doors and the Committee on Entertainment and Banquets inactive. In as plain as words as the English language would permit, as general manager of the company, I stated the cause for calling the meeting, and bluntly suggested the only avenue of escape. Call it tribute, blackmail, or what you will. We were at the mercy of as heartless a set of scoundrels as ever missed a rope, whose mercenaries, like the willing hirelings that they were, would cheerfully do the bidding of their superiors. Major Hunter, in his remarks before the meeting, modified my rather radical statement with the more plausible argument that this tribute money was merely insurance, and what was $5,000 or $10,000 a year, where an original investment of $3 million and our surplus were in jeopardy? Would any line, life, fire, or marine, carry our risk as cheaply? These men had been receiving toll from our predecessors, and were then in a position to levy tribute or wreck the company. Notwithstanding our request for immediate action, an adjournment was taken. A wire could have been sent to a friend in Fort Reno that night, and all would have gone well for the future security of the Cheyenne and Arapahoe Cattle Company. But I lacked authority to send it, and the next morning at the meeting, the New England blood that had descended from the Puritan fathers was again in the saddle, shouting the old slogans of no compromise, while they had God and right on their side. Major Hunter and I both keenly felt the rebuke, but personal friends prevented an open rupture, while the more conservative ones saw brighter prospects in the political change of an administration which was soon to assume the reins of government. A number of congressmen and senators among our stockholders were prominent in the ascendant party, and once the new regime took charge, a general shake-up of affairs in and around Fort Reno was promised. I remembered the old maxim of a new broom, yet in spite of the blandishments that were showered down in silencing my active partner and me, I could almost smell the burning range, see the horizon lighted up at night by the licking flames, hear the gloating of our enemies in the hour of their victory, and the click of the nippers of my own men in cutting the wire that the cattle might escape and live. I left Washington somewhat heartened. Major Hunter, ever inclined to look on the bright side of things, believed that the crisis had passed, even bolstering up my hopes in the next administration. It was the immediate necessity that was worrying me, for it meant a summer's work to gather our cattle on Red River and in the intermediate country and bring them back to the home range. The mysterious absence of any report from my foreman on my arrival at the Grove did not mislead me to believe that no news was good news, and I accordingly hurried on to the front. There was a marked respect shown me by the civilians located at Fort Reno, something unusual, but I hurried on to the agency where all was quiet, and thence to ranch headquarters. There I learned that a second attempt to burn the range had been frustrated, that one of our boys had shot dead a white man in the act of cutting the east string of fence, that the same night 3 fires had broken out in the pasture, and that a squad of our men, in riding to the light, had run afoul of 2 renegade Cheyennes armed with wire nippers, whose remains lay in the pasture unburied. Both horses were captured and identified as not belonging to the Indians, while their owners were well known. Fortunately, the wind veered shortly after the fires started, driving the flames back against the plowed guards, and the attempt to burn the range came to naught. A salutary lesson had been administered to the hirelings of the usurpers, and with the new moon approaching its full, it was believed that night marauding had ended for that winter. None of our boys recognized the white man, there being no doubt but he was imported for the purpose, and he was buried where he fell. But I notified the Indian agent, who sent for the remains of the 2 renegades and took possession of the horses. The season for the beginning of active operations on trail and for ranch account was fast approaching, and leaving the boys to hold the fort during my absence, I took my private horses and turned homeward. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Reed Anthony, Cowman, an autobiography by Andy Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fruits of Conspiracy. With a loss of fully 15,000 cattle staring me in the face, I began planning to recuperate the fortunes of the company. The cattle convention, which was then over, was conspicuous by the absence of all northern buyers. George Edwards had attended the meeting, was cautious enough to make no contracts for the firm, and fully warned me of the situation. I was in a quandary. With an idle treasury of over $1 million, my stewardship would be subject to criticism unless I became active in the interests of my company. On the other hand, a dangerous cloud hung over the range, and until that was removed, I felt like a man who was sent for and did not want to go. The falling market in Texas was an encouragement, but my experience of the previous winter had had a dampening effect, and I was simply drifting between adverse winds. But once it was known that I had returned home, my old customers approached me by letter and personally, anxious to sell and contract for immediate delivery. Trail drovers were standing aloof, afraid of the upper markets, and I could have easily bought double my requirements without leaving the ranch. The grass was peeping here and there. Favorable reports came down from the reservation, and still I sat idle. The appearance of Major Hunter acted like a stimulus. Reports about the new administration were encouraging, not from our silent partner, who was not in sympathy with the dominant party, but from other prominent stockholders who were. The original trio, the little major, our segundo, and myself, lay around under the shade of the trees several days and argued the possibilities that confronted us on trail and ranch. Edwards reproached me for my fears, referring to the time 19 years before, when as common hands we fought our way across the Staked Plain and delivered the cattle safely to Fort Sumner. He even taunted me with the fact that our employers then had never hesitated, even if half the Comanche tribe were abroad, roving over their old hunting grounds, and that now I was afraid of a handful of army followers, contractors, and owners of bar concessions. Edwards knew that I would stand his censure and abuse as long as the truth was told, and with the major acting as peacemaker between us, I was finally whipped into line. With a fortune already in hand, rounding out my 45th year, I looted the treasury by contracting and buying 60,000 cattle for my company. The surplus horses were ordered down from above, and the spring campaign began in earnest. The old firm was to confine its operations to fine steers, handling my personal contribution as before, while I rallied my assistants and we began receiving the contracted cattle at once. Observation had taught me that in wintering beeves in the north it was important to give the animals every possible moment of time to locate before the approach of winter. The instinct of a dumb beast is unexplainable, yet unerring. The owner of a horse may choose a range that seems perfect in every appointment, but the animal will spurn the human selection and take up his abode on some flinty hills, and there thrive like a garden plant. Cattle, especially steers, locate slowly, and a good summer's rest usually fortifies them with an inward coat of tallow and an outward one of furry robe against the wintry storms. I was anxious to get the through cattle to the new range as soon as practical, and allowed the sellers to set their dates as early as possible, many of them agreeing to deliver on the reservation as soon as the middle of May. 10 wagons and 1,000 horses came down during the last days of March, and early in April started back with 30,000 cattle at company risk. All animals were passed upon the Texas range, and on their arrival at the pasture there was little to do but scatter them over the ranch to locate. I reached the reservation with the lead herd, and was glad to learn from neighboring cowmen that a suggestion of mine made the fall before had taken root. My proposition was to organize all the cattlemen on the Cheyenne and Arapahoe reservation into an association for mutual protection. By cooperation, we could present a united front to our enemies, the usurpers, and defy them in their nefarious schemes of exacting tribute. Other ranges beside ours had suffered by fire and fence cutters during the winter just past, and I returned to find my fellow cowmen a unit for organization. A meeting was called at the agency, every owner of cattle on the reservation responded, and an association was perfected for our mutual interest and protection. The reservation was easily capable of carrying 500,000 cattle. The tribes were pleased with the new order of things, and we settled down with a feeling of security not enjoyed in many a day. But our tranquil existence received a shock within a month, when a cowboy from a neighboring ranch, and without provocation, was shot down by Indian police in a trader's store at the agency. The young fellow was a popular Texan, and as nearly all the men employed on the reservation came from the South, it was with difficulty that our boys were restrained from retaliating. Those from Texas had little or no love for an Indian anyhow, and nothing but the plea of policy in preserving peaceful relations with the tribes held them in check. The occasional killing of cattle by Indians was overlooked until they became so bold as to leave the hides and heads in the pasture, when an appeal was made to the agent. But the aborigine, like his white brother, had sinful ways, and the influence of one evil man can readily combat the good advice of half a dozen right-minded ones. And the Quaker agent found his task not an easy one. Cattle were being killed in remote and unfrequented places, and still we bore with it, the better class of Indians, however, lending their assistance to check the abuse. On one occasion 2 boys and myself detected a band of 5 young bucks skinning a beef in our pasture, and nothing but my presence prevented a clash between my men and the thieves. But it was near the wild plum season, and we were making preparations to celebrate that event. The killing of a few Indians might cause distrust, and we dropped out of sight and left them to the enjoyment of their booty. It was pure policy on my part. We could shame or humble the Indian, and if the abuse was not abated, we could remunerate ourselves by withholding from the rent money the value of cattle killed. Our organization for mutual protection was accepted by our enemies as a final defiance. A pirate fights as valiantly as if his cause were just, and through intermediaries the gauntlet was thrown back in our faces, and notice served that the conflict had reached a critical stage. I never discussed the issue direct with members of the clique, as they looked upon me as the leader in resisting their levy of tribute, but indirectly their grievances were made known. We were accused of having taken the bread out of their very mouths, which was true in a sense, but we had restored it tenfold to where it was entitled to go, among the Indians. With the exception of an occasional bottle of whiskey, none of the tribute money went to the tribes, but was divided among the usurpers. They waxed fat in their calling, and were insolent and determined, while our replies to all overtures looking to peace were firm and to the point. Even at that late hour I personally knew that the clique had strength in reserve, and had I enjoyed the support of my company, would willingly have stood for a compromise. But it was out of the question to suggest it, and, trusting to the new administration, we politely told them to crack their whips. The fiesta which followed the plum gathering was made a notable occasion. All the cowmen on the reservation had each contributed a beef to the barbecue. The agent saw to it that all principal chiefs of both tribes were present, and after 2 days of feasting, the agent made a Quaker talk, insisting that the bond between the tribes and the cowmen must be observed to the letter. He reviewed at length the complaints that had reached him of the killing of cattle, traceable to the young and thoughtless, and pointed out the patience of the cattlemen in not retaliating, but in spreading a banquet instead to those who had wronged them. In concluding, he warned them that the patience of the white man had a limit, and while they hoped to live in peace, unless the stealing of beef was stopped immediately, double the value of the cattle killed would be withheld from the next payment of grass money. It was in the power of the chiefs present to demand this observance of faith among their young men, if the bond to which their signatures were attached was to be respected in the future. The leading chiefs of both tribes spoke in defense, pleading their inability to hold their young men in check as long as certain evil influences were at work among their people. The love of gambling and strong drink was yearly growing among their men, making them forget their spoken word, until they were known as thieves and liars. The remedy lay in removing these evil spirits, and trusting the tribes to punish their own offenders, as a red man knew no laws except his own. The festival was well worth while, and augured hopefully for the future. Clouds were hovering on the horizon, however, and while at Ogallala I received a wire that a complaint had been filed against us at the national capital, and that the President had instructed the Lieutenant General of the Army to make an investigation. Just what the inquiry was to be was a matter of conjecture, possibly to determine who was supplying the Indians with whiskey, or probably our friends at Washington were behind the movement, and the promised shake-up of Army followers in and around Fort Reno was materializing. I attended to some unsettled business before returning, and on my arrival at the reservation, a general alarm was spreading among the cattle interests, caused by the cocksure attitude of the usurpers and a few casual remarks that had been dropped. I was appealed to by my fellow cowmen, and in turn wired our friends at Washington, asking that our interests be looked after and guarded. Pending a report, General P.H. Sheridan arrived with a great blare of trumpets at Fort Reno for the purpose of holding the authorized investigation. The general's brother, Michael, was the recognized leader of the clique of Army followers, and was interested in the bar concessions under the sutler. Matters, therefore, took on a serious aspect. All the cowmen on the reservation came in, expecting to be called before the inquiry, as it was clear that a fight must be made to protect our interests. No opportunity, however, was given the Indians or cattlemen to present their side of the question, and when a committee of us cowmen called on General Sheridan, we were cordially received and politely informed that the investigation was private. I believe that 40 years have so tempered the animosities of the Civil War that an honest opinion is entitled to expression, and with due consideration to the record of a gallant soldier, I submit the question: were not the owners of 500,000 cattle on the Cheyenne and Arapahoe reservation entitled to a hearing before a report was made that resulted in an order for their removal? I have seen more trouble at a country dance, more bloodshed in a family feud, than ever existed or was spilled on the Cheyenne and Arapahoe reservation. The Indians were pleased, the lessees were satisfied, yet by artfully concealing the true cause of any and all strife, a report, every word of which was as sweet as the notes of a flute, was made to the President, recommending the removal of the cattle. It was found that there had been a gradual encroachment on the liberties of the tribes, that the rental received from the surplus pasture lands had a bad tendency on the morals of the Indians, encouraging them in idleness, and that the present system retarded all progress in agriculture and industrial arts. The report was superficial, religiously concealing the truth, but dealing with broad generalities. Had the report emanated from some philanthropical society, it would have passed unnoticed or been commented on as an advance in the interests of a worthy philanthropy, but taken as a whole, it was a splendid specimen of the use to which words can be put in concealing the truth and cloaking dishonesty. An order of removal by the President followed the report. Had we been subjects of a despotic government and bowed our necks like serfs, the matter would have ended in immediate compliance with the order. But we prided ourselves on our liberties as Americans, and an appeal was to be made to the first citizen of the land, the President of the United States. A committee of Western men were appointed, which would be augmented by others at the national capital, and it was proposed to lay the bare facts in the chief executive's hands, and at least ask for a modification of the order. The latter was ignorant in its conception, brutal and inhuman in its intent, ending in the threat to use the military arm of the government unless the terms and conditions were complied with within a given space of time. The Cheyenne and Arapahoe Cattle Company alone, not to mention the other members of our association equally affected, had 125,000 head of beeves and through steers on its range, and unless some relief was granted, a wayfaring man, though a fool, could see ruin and death and desolation staring us in the face. Fortunately, Major Hunter had the firm's trail affairs so well in hand that Edwards could close up the business, thus relieving my active partner to serve on the committee, he and 4 others offering to act in behalf of our association in calling on the president. I was among the latter, the only one in the delegation from Texas, and we accordingly made ready and started for Washington. Meanwhile, I had left orders to start shipping with a vengeance. The busy season was at hand on the beef ranges, and men were scarce, but I authorized the foreman to comb the country, send a Dodge if necessary, and equip 10 shipping outfits and keep a constant string of cattle moving to the markets. We had about 65,000 single and double wintered beeves, the greater portion of which were in prime condition, but it was the through cattle that were worrying me, as they were unfit to ship, and it was too late in the season to relocate them on a new range. But that blessed hope that springs eternal in the human breast kept us hopeful that the president had been deceived into issuing his order, and that he would right all wrongs. The more sanguine ones of the Western delegation had matters figured down to a fraction. They believed that once the chief executive understood the true cause of the friction existing on the reservation, apologies would follow. We should all be asked to remain for lunch, and in the most democratic manner imaginable everything would be righted. I had no opinions, but kept anticipating the worst. For if the orders stood unmodified, go we must, and in the face of winter, and possibly accompanied by Negro troops. To return to Texas meant to scatter the cattle to the 4 winds. To move north was to court death, unless an open winter favored us. On our arrival at Washington, all senators and congressmen shareholders in our company met us by appointment. It was an inactive season at the Capitol, and hopes were entertained that the president would grant us an audience at once. But a delay of nearly a week occurred. In the meantime, several conferences were held, at which a general review of the situation was gone over, and it was decided to modify our demands, asking for nothing personally, only a modification of the order in the interest of humanity to dumb animals. Before our arrival, a congressman and 2 senators, political supporters of the chief executive, had casually called to pay their respects, and incidentally inquired into the pending trouble between the cattlemen and the Cheyenne and Arapaho Indians. Reports were anything but encouraging. The well-known obstinacy of the president was admitted. It was also known that he possessed a rugged courage in pursuance of an object or purpose. Those who were not in political sympathy with the party in power characterized the president as an opinionated executive, and could see little or no hope in a personal appeal. However, the matter was not to be dropped. The arrival of a deputation of cattlemen from the West was reported by the press, their purposes fully set forth, and in the interim of waiting for an appointment, all of us made hay with due diligence. Major Hunter and I had a passing acquaintance at both the War and Interior departments, and taking along senators and representatives in political sympathy with the heads of those offices, we called and paid our respects. A number of old acquaintances were met, holdovers from the former regime, and a cordial reception was accorded us. Now that the boom in cattle was over, we expressed the desire to resume our former business relations as contractors with the government. At both departments, the existent trouble on the Indian reservations was well known, and a friendly inquiry resulted which gave us an opportunity to explain our position fully. There was a hopeful awakening to the fact that there had been a conspiracy to remove us, and the most friendly advances of assistance were proffered in setting the matter right. Public opinion is a strong factor, and with the press of the capital airing our grievances daily, sympathy and encouragement were simply showered down upon us. Finally, an audience with the president was granted. The Western delegation was increased by senators and representatives until the committee numbered an even dozen. Many of the latter were personal friends and ardent supporters of the chief executive. The rangemen were introduced, and we proceeded at once to the matter at issue. A congressman from New York stated the situation clearly, not mincing his words in condemning the means and the procedure by which this order was secured, and finally asking for its revocation, or a modification that would permit the evacuation of the country without injury to the owners and their herds. Major Hunter, in replying to a question of the President, stated our position, that we were in no sense intruders, that we paid our rental in advance, with the knowledge and sanction of the two preceding Secretaries of the Interior, and only for lack of precedent was their endorsement of our leases withheld. It soon became evident that countermanding the order was out of the question, as to vacillate or waver in purpose, right or wrong, was not a characteristic of the chief executive. Our next move was for a modification of the order, as its terms required us to evacuate that fall, and every cowman present accented the fact that to move cattle in the mouth of winter was an act that no man of experience would countenance. Every step, the why and wherefore, must be explained to the President, and at the request of the committee I went into detail in making plain what the observations of my life had taught me of the instincts and habits of cattle. Why in the summer they took to the hills, mesas, and uplands, where the breezes were cooling and protected them from insect life. Their ability to foretell a storm in winter and seek shelter in coulees and broken country. I explained that none of the cattle on the Cheyenne and Arapahoe reservation were native to that range, but were born anywhere from 300 to 500 miles to the south, fully one half of them having arrived that spring. To acquaint an animal with its new range, in cattle parlance to locate them, was very important. That every practical cowman moved his herd to a new range with the grass in the spring, in order that ample time should be allowed to acclimate and familiarize them with such shelters as nature provided to withstand the storms of winter. In concluding, I stated that if the existing order could be so modified as to permit all through cattle and those unfit for market to remain on the present range for the winter, we would cheerfully evacuate the country with the grass in the spring. If such relief could be consistently granted, it would no doubt save the lives of hundreds and thousands of cattle. The President evidently was embarrassed by the justice of our prayer. He consulted with members of the committee, protesting that he should be spared from taking what would be considered a backward step, and after a stormy conference with intimate friends, lasting fully an hour, he returned, and in these words refused to revoke or modify his order. "If I had known," said he, "what I know now, I never would have made the order, but having made it, I will stand by it." Laying aside all commercial considerations, we had made our entreaty in behalf of dumb animals, and the President's answer angered a majority of the committee. I had been rebuked too often in the past by my associates easily to lose my temper, and I naturally looked at those whose conscience balked at paying tribute, while my sympathies were absorbed for the future welfare of 250,000 cattle affected by the order. We broke into groups in taking our leave, and the only protest that escaped anyone was when the New York State representative refused the hand of the executive, saying, "Mr. President, I have my opinion of a man who admits he is wrong and refuses to right it." 2 decades have passed since those words, rebuking wrong in high places, were uttered, and the speaker has since passed over to the silent majority. I should feel that these memoirs were incomplete did I not mention the sacrifice and loss of prestige that the utterance of those words cost, for they were the severance of a political friendship that was never renewed. The autocratic order removing the cattle from the Cheyenne and Arapahoe reservation was born in iniquity and bore a harvest unequaled in the annals of inhumanity. With the last harbor of refuge closed against us, I hastened back and did all that was human to avert the impending doom, every man and horse available being pressed into service. Our one hope lay in a mild winter, and if that failed us, the affairs of the company would be closed by the merciless elements. Once it was known that the original order had not been modified, and in anticipation of a flood of western cattle, the markets broke, entailing a serious commercial loss. Every hoof of single and double wintered beeves that had a value in the markets was shipped regardless of price, while I besought friends in the Cherokee Strip for a refuge for those unfit in our holding of through cattle. Fortunately, the depreciation in livestock and heavy loss sustained the previous winter had interfered with stocking the outlet to its fall capacity, and by money, prayers, and entreaty, I prevailed on range owners and secured pasturage for 75,000 head. Long before the shipping season ended, I pressed every outfit belonging to the firm on the Eagle Chief in the service, and began moving out the through cattle to their new range. Squaw winter and snow squalls struck us on the trail, but with a time limit hanging over our heads, and rather than see our cattle handled by nigger soldiers, we bore our burdens, if not meekly, at least in a manner consistent with our occupation. I have always deplored useless profanity, yet it was music to my ears to hear the men arraign our enemies, high and low, for our present predicament. When the last beeves were shipped, a final roundup was made, and we started out with over 50,000 cattle in charge of 12 outfits. Storms struck us en route, but we weathered them and finally turned the herds loose in the face of a blizzard. The removed cattle, strangers in a strange land, drifted to the fences and were cut to the quick by the biting blasts. Early in January, the worst blizzard in the history of the plains swept down from the north, and the poor wandering cattle were driven to the divides and frozen to death against the line fences. Of all the appalling sights that an ordinary lifetime on the range affords, there is nothing to compare with the suffering and death that were daily witnessed during the month of January in the winter of 1885-86. I remained on the range and left men at winter camps on every pasture in which we had stock, yet we were powerless to relieve the drifting cattle. The morning after the great storm, with others, I rode to a south string of fence on a divide, and found thousands of our cattle huddled against it, many frozen to death, partially through and hanging on the wire. We cut the fences in order to allow them to drift on to shelter, but the legs of many of them were so badly frozen that when they moved, the skin cracked open and their hoofs dropped off. Hundreds of young steers were wandering aimlessly around on hoofless stumps, while their tails cracked and broke like icicles. In angles and nooks of the fence, hundreds had perished against the wire, their bodies forming a scaling ladder, permitting late arrivals to walk over the dead and dying as they passed on with the fury of the storm. I had been a soldier and seen sad sights, but nothing compared to this. The moaning of the cattle freezing to death would have melted a heart of an adamant. All we could do was to cut the fences and let them drift, for to halt was to die. And when the storm abated, one could have walked for miles on the bodies of dead animals. No pen could describe the harrowing details of that winter, and for years afterwards, or until their remains had a commercial value, a wayfarer could have traced the south line fences by the bleaching bones that lay in windrows, glistening in the sun like snowdrifts, to remind us of the closing chapter in the history of the Cheyenne and Arapahoe Cattle Company. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Reed Anthony Cowman, an autobiography by Andy Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In conclusion, the subsequent history of the ill-fated Cheyenne and Arapahoe Cattle Company is easily told. Over 90% of the cattle moved under the President's order were missing at the roundup the following spring. What few survived were pitiful objects, minus ears and tails, while their horns, both root and base, were frozen until they drooped down in unnatural positions. Compared to the previous one, the winter of 1885-86, with the exception of the great January blizzard, was the less severe of the two. On the firm's range in the Cherokee Strip, our losses were much lighter than during the previous winter, owing to the fact that food was plentiful, there being little if any sleet or snow during the latter year. Had we been permitted to winter in the Cheyenne and Arapahoe country, considering our sheltered range and the cattle fully located, 10% would have been a conservative estimate of loss by the elements. As manager of the company, I lost 5 valuable years and over $250,000. Time has mollified my grievances until now only the thorn of inhumanity to dumb beasts remains. Contrasted with results, how much more humane it would have been to have ordered out Negro troops from Fort Reno and shot the cattle down, or to have cut the fences ourselves, and, while our holdings were drifting back to Texas, trusted to the mercy of the Comanches. I now understand perfectly why the business world dreads a political change in administration. Whatever may have been the policy of one political party, the reverse becomes the slogan of the other on its promotion to power. For instance, a few years ago, the general government offered a bounty on the home product of sugar, stimulating the industry in Louisiana and also in my adopted state. A change of administration followed. The bounty was removed, and had not the insurance companies promptly canceled their risks on sugar mills, the losses by fire would have been appalling. Politics have never affected my occupation seriously. In fact, I profited richly through the extravagance and mismanagement of the Reconstruction regime in Texas, and again met the defeat of my life at the hands of the general government. With the demand for trail cattle on the decline, coupled with 2 severe winters, the old firm of Hunter, Anthony and Company was ripe for dissolution. We had enjoyed the cream of the trade while it lasted, but conditions were changing, making it necessary to limit and restrict our business. This was contrary to our policy, though the spring of 1886 found us on the trail with 16 herds for the firm and 4 from my own ranches, 1/2 of which were under contract. A dry summer followed, and thousands of weak cattle were lost on the trail, while ruin and bankruptcy were the portion of a majority of the drovers. We weathered the drought on the trail, selling our unplaced cattle early, and before the beef shipping season began, our range in the outlet, including goodwill, holding of beeves, saddle horses, and general improvements, was sold to a Kansas City company, and the old firm passed out of existence. Meanwhile, I had closed up the affairs of the Cheyenne and Arapahoe Company, returning a small pro rata of the original investment to shareholders, charging my loss to tuition in rounding out my education as a cowman. The productive capacity of my ranches for years past safely tided me over all financial difficulties. With all outside connections severed, I was then enabled to give my personal attention to ranching in Texas. I was fortunate in having capable ranch foremen, for during my almost continuous absence there was a steady growth, together with thorough management of my mixed cattle. The improved herd, now numbering over 2,000, was the pride of my operations in livestock, while my 1/4 and 3/8 blood steers were in a class by themselves. We were breeding over 1,000 1/2 and 3/4 blood bulls annually, and constantly importing the best strains to the head of the improved herd. Results were in evidence, and as long as the trail lasted, my cattle were ready sellers in the upper range markets. For the following few years, I drove my own growing of steers, usually contracting them in advance. The days of the trail were numbered. 1889 saw the last herd leave Texas, many of the northern states having quarantined against us, and we were afterward compelled to ship by rail in filling contracts on the upper ranges. When Kansas quarantined against Texas cattle, Dodge was abandoned as a range market. The trail moved west, first to Lackin and finally to Trail City on the Colorado line. In attempting to pass the former point with 4 panhandle herds in the spring of 1888, I ran afoul of a quarantine convention. The cattle were under contract in Wyoming, and it was my intention not even to halt the herds, but merely to take on supplies in passing. But a deputation met us south of the river, notifying me that the quarantine convention was in session, and requesting me not to attempt to cross the Arkansas. I explained that my cattle were from above the dead line in Texas, had heretofore gone unmolested wherever they wished, and that it was out of my way to turn west and go up through Colorado. The committee was reasonable, looked over the lead herd, and saw that I was driving graded cattle, and finally invited me in to state my case before the convention. I accompanied the men sent to warn me away, and after considerable parley, I was permitted to address the assembly. In a few brief words I stated my destination, where I was from, and the quality of cattle making up my herds, and invited any doubters to accompany me across the river and look the stock over. Fortunately, a number of cattlemen in the convention knew me, and I was excused while the assembly went into executive session to consider my case. Prohibition was in effect at Lackin, and I was compelled to resort to diplomacy in order to cross the Arkansas River with my cattle. It was warm, sultry weather in the valley, and my first idea was to secure a barrel of bottled beer and send it over to the convention, but the town was dry. I ransacked all the drug stores, and the nearest approach to anything that would cheer and stimulate was Hostetter's Bitters. The prohibition laws were being rigidly enforced, but I signed a death warrant and ordered a case, which the druggist refused me, until I explained that I had 4 outfits of men with me, and that we had contracted malaria while sleeping on the ground. My excuse won, and taking the case of bitters on my shoulder, I bore it away to the nearest livery stable, where I wrote a note with my compliments and sent both by a darky around to the rear door of the convention hall. On adjournment for dinner, my case looked hopeless. There was a strong sentiment against admitting any cattle from Texas. All former privileges were to be set aside, and the right to quarantine against any section or state was claimed as a prerogative of a free people. The convention was patiently listening to all the oratorical talent present, and my friends held out a slender hope that once the different speakers had relieved their minds, they might feel easier towards me, and possibly an exception would be made in my case. During the afternoon session, I received frequent reports from the convention, and on the suggestion of a friend, I began to skirmish around for a second case of bitters. There were only 3 drug stores in the town, and I was ignorant of the law. I naturally went back to the druggist from whom I secured the first case. To my surprise, he refused to supply my wants, and haughtily informed me that 1 application a day was all the law permitted him to sell to any one person. Rebuffed, I turned to another drug store, and was greeted by the proprietor, who formerly ran a saloon in Dodge. He recognized me, calling me by name, and after we had pledged our acquaintance anew behind the prescription case, I was confidentially informed that I could have his whole house and welcome, even if the state of Kansas did object, and he had to go to jail. We both regretted the good old days in the state were gone. But I sent around another case of bitters and a box of cigars, and sat down patiently to await results. With no action taken by the middle of the afternoon, I sent around a third installment of the refreshments, and an hour later called in person at the door of the convention. The doorkeeper refused to admit me, but I caught his eye, which was glassy, and received a leery wink, while a bottle of bitters nestled cozily in the open bosom of his shirt. Hopeful that the signs were favorable, I apologized and withdrew, but was shortly afterwards sent for and informed that an exception had been made in my favor, and that I might cross the river at my will and pleasure. In the interim of waiting, in case I was successful, I had studied up a little speech of thanks, and as I arose to express my appreciation, a chorus of interruptions greeted me. "Go on, Reed, go on, you damned old cow thief. Get out of town, or we'll hang you." With the trail a thing of the past, I settled down to the peaceful pursuits of a ranchman. The fencing of ranges soon became necessary, the Clear Fork tract being first enclosed, and a few years later, owners of pasture adjoining the Double Mountain ranch wished to fence, and I fell in with the prevailing custom. On the latter range, I hold title to a little over 1,000,000 acres, while there are 200 sections of school land included in my western pasture, on which I pay a nominal rental for its use. All my cattle are now graded, and while no effort is made to mature them, the advent of cottonseed oil mills and other sources of demand have always afforded me an outlet for my increase. I have branded as many as 25,000 calves in a year, and to this source of income alone I attribute the foundation of my present fortune. As a source of wealth, the progeny of the cow in my state has proven a perennial harvest, with little or no effort on the part of the husbandman. Reversing the military rule of moving against the lines of least resistance, experience has taught me to follow those where nature lends its greatest aid. Mine being strictly a grazing country, by preserving the native grasses and breeding only the best quality of cattle, I have always achieved success. I have brought up my boys to observe these economics of nature, and no plow shall ever mar the surface where my cows have grazed, generation after generation, to the profit and satisfaction of their owner. Where once I was a buyer in carload lots of the best strains of blood in the country, now I am a seller by hundreds and thousands of head, acclimated and native to the soil. One man to his trade and another to his merchandise, and the mistakes of my life justly rebuke me for dallying in paths remote from my legitimate calling. There is a close relationship between Cowman and his herd. My insight into the cattle character exceeds my observation of the human family. Therefore I wish to confess my great love for the cattle of the fields. When hungry or cold, sick or distressed, they express themselves intelligently to my understanding, and when dangers of night and storm and stampede threaten their peace and serenity, they instinctively turn to the refuge of a human voice. When a herd was bedded at night, and wolves howled in the distance, the boys on guard easily calmed the sleeping cattle by simply raising their voices in song. The desire of self-preservation is innate in the animal race, but as long as the human kept watch and ward, the sleeping cattle had no fear of the common enemy. An incident which I cannot explain, but was witness to, occurred during the war. While holding cattle for the Confederate Army, we received a consignment of beeves from Texas. One of the men who accompanied the herd through called my attention to a steer, and vouchsafed the statement that the animal loved music, that he could be lured out of the herd with singing. To prove his assertion, the man sang what he termed the steer's favorite, and to the surprise of every soldier present, a fine big mottled beef walked out from among 1,000 others and stood entranced over the simple song. In my younger days my voice was considered musical. I could sing the folk songs of my country better than the average, and when the herdsman left us, I was pleased to see that my vocal efforts fascinated the late arrival from Texas. Within a week I could call him out with a song, when I fell so deeply in love with the broad-horned Texan that his life was spared through my disloyalty. In the daily issue to the army we kept him back as long as possible, but when our supply was exhausted and he would have gone to the shambles the following day, I secretly cut him out at night and drove him miles to our rear that his life might be spared. Within a year he returned with another consignment of beef. Comrades who were in the secret would not believe me, but when a quartet of us army herders sang Rock of Ages, the steer walked out and greeted us with mute appreciation. We enjoyed his company for over a month. I could call him with a song as far as my voice reached, and when death again threatened him, we cut him to the rear, and he was never spoken again. Loyal as I was to the South, I would have deserted rather than have seen that steer go to the shambles. In bringing these reminiscences to a close, I wish to bear testimony in behalf of the men who lent their best existence that success should crown my efforts. Aside from my family, the two pleasantest recollections of my life are my old army comrades and the boys who worked with me on the range and trail. When men have roughed it together, shared their hardships in field and by campfire like true comrades, there is an indescribable bond between them that puts to shame any pretense of fraternal brotherhood. Among the hundreds, yes, the thousands of men who worked for our old firm on the trail, all feel a pride in referring to former associations. I never leave home without meeting men scattered everywhere, many of them prosperous, who come to me and say, "Of course you don't remember me, but I made a trip over the trail with your cattle from San Saba County in '77. Jake DePoyster was foreman. By the way, is your old partner, the little Yankee major, still living?" The acquaintance thus renewed by chance was always a good excuse for neglecting any business, and many a happy hour I have spent living over again with one of my old boys the experiences of the past. I want to say a parting word in behalf of the men of my occupation. Sterling honesty was their chief virtue. A drover with an established reputation could enter any trail town a month in advance of the arrival of his cattle, and any merchant or banker would extend him credit on his spoken word. When the trail passed and the romance of the West was over, these same men were in demand as directors of bank or custodians of trust funds. They were simple as truth itself, possessing a rugged sense of justice that seemed to guide and direct their lives. On one occasion, a few years ago, I unexpectedly dropped down from my Double Mountain ranch to an old cow town on the railroad. It was our regular business point, and I kept a small bank account there for current ranch expenses. As it happened, I needed some money, but on reaching the village found the banks closed, as it was Labor Day. Casually meeting an old cowman who was a director in the bank with which I did business, I pretended to take him to task over my disappointment, and wound up my arraignment by asking, "What kind of Jim Crow bank are you running anyhow?" "Well now, Reed," he said in apology, "I really don't know why the bank should close today, but there must be some reason for it. I don't pay much attention to those things, but there's our cashier and bookkeeper, you know, Hank and Bill, the boys in charge of the bank. Well, they get together every once in a while and close her up for a day. I don't know why they do it, but those old boys have read history, and you can just gamble your last cow that there's a good reason for closing." The fraternal bond between rangemen recalls the sad end of one of my old trail bosses. The foreman in question was a faithful man, working for the firm during its existence and afterwards in my employ. I would have trusted my fortune to his keeping. My family thought the world of him, and many was the time that he risked his life to protect my interests. When my wife overlooks the shortcomings of a man, it is safe to say there is something redeemable in him, even though the offense is drinking. At idle times, and with convivial company, this man would drink to excess, and when he was in his cups, a spirit of harmless mischief was rampant in him, alternating with uncontrollable flashes of anger. Though he was usually as innocent as a kitten, it was a deadly insult to refuse drinking with him, and one day he shot a circle of holes around a stranger's feet for declining an invitation. A complaint was lodged against him, and the sheriff, not knowing the man, thoughtlessly sent a Mexican deputy to make the arrest. Even then, had ordinary courtesy been extended, the unfortunate occurrence might have been avoided. But an undue officiousness on the part of the officer angered the old trail boss, who flashed into a rage, defying the deputy, and an exchange of shots ensued. The Mexican was killed at the first fire, and my man mounted his horse unmolested and returned to the ranch. I was absent at the time, but my wife advised him to go in and surrender to the proper authorities, and he obeyed her like a child. We all looked upon him as one of the family, and I employed the best of counsel. The circumstances were against him, however, and in spite of an able defense, he received a sentence of 10 years. No one questioned the justice of the verdict. The law must be upheld, and the poor fellow was taken to the penitentiary to serve out the sentence. My wife and I concealed the facts from the younger children, who were constantly inquiring after his return, especially my younger girls, with whom he was a great favorite. The incident was worse than a funeral. It would not die out, and never a day passed but inquiry was made after the missing man. The children dreamed about him, and awoke from their sleep to ask if he had come, and if he had brought them anything. The matter finally affected my wife's nerves. The older boys knew the truth, and the younger children were becoming suspicious of the veracity of their parents. The truth was gradually leaking out, and after he had served a year in prison, I began a movement with the view of securing his pardon. My influence in state politics was always more or less courted, and appealing to my friends, I drew up a petition which was signed by every prominent politician in that section, asking that executive clemency be extended in behalf of my old foreman. The governor was a good friend of mine and anxious to render me a service, and through his influence we managed to have the sentence so reduced that after serving 2 years the prisoner was freed and returned to the ranch. He was the same lovable character, tolerated by my wife and fondled by the children, and he refused to leave home for over a year. Ever cautious to remove temptation from him, both my wife and I hoped that the lesson would last him through life, but in an unguarded hour he took to drink and shot to death his dearest friend. For the second offense he received a life sentence. My regret over securing his pardon and the subsequent loss of a human life affected me as no other event has ever done in my career. This man would have died for me or one of mine, and what I thought to be a generous act to a man in prison proved a curse that haunted me for many years. But all is well now between us. I make it a point to visit him at least once a year. We have talked the matter over and have come to the conclusion that the law is just, and that he must remain in confinement the remainder of his days. That is now the compact, and strange to say, both of us derive a sense of security and peace from our covenant, such as we never had enjoyed during the year of his liberty. The wardens inform me that he is a model prisoner, perfectly content in his restraint, and I have promised him that on his death, whether it occurs before or after mine, his remains will be brought back to the home ranch and be given a quiet grave in some secluded spot. From any success I may have achieved, due acknowledgment must be given my helpmate. I was blessed with a wife such as falls to the lot of few men. Once children were born to our union and a hearthstone established, the family became the magnet of my life. It mattered not where my occupation carried me, or how long my absence from home. The lodestar of a wife and family was a sustaining help. Our first cabin, long since reduced to ashes, lives in my memory as a palace. I was absent at the time of its burning, but my wife's father always enjoyed telling the story on his daughter. The elder Edwards was branding calves some 5 miles distant from the home ranch, but on sighting the signal smoke of the burning house, he and his outfit turned the cattle loose, mounted their horses, and rode to the rescue at a breakneck pace. When they reached the scene, our home was enveloped in flames, and there was no prospect of saving any of its contents. The house stood some distance from the other ranch buildings, and as there was no danger of the fire spreading, there was nothing that could be done, and the flames held undisputed sway. The cause of the fire was unknown, my wife being at her father's house at the time, but on discovering the flames, she picked up the baby and ran to the burning cabin, entered it, and rescued the little tin trunk that held her girlhood trinkets and 1,000 certificates of questionable land script. When the men dashed up, my wife was sitting on the tin trunk, surrounded by the children, all crying piteously, fully unconscious of the fact that she had saved the foundation of my present landed holdings. The cabin had cost 2 weeks' labor to build. Its contents were worthless, but I had no record of the numbers of certificates, and to my wife's presence of mind or intuition in an emergency, all credit is given for saving the land script. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. The compiling of these memoirs has been a pleasant task. In this summing up of my active life, much has been omitted, and then again there seems to have been a hopeless repetition with the recurring years, for seed time and harvest to come to us all as the seasons roll round. 4 of my boys have wandered far afield, forging out for themselves, not content to remain under the restraint of older brothers who have assumed the active management of my ranches. 1 bad general is still better than 2 good ones, and there must be a head to a ranch if it is to be made a success. I still keep an eye over things, but the rough, hard work now falls on younger shoulders, and I find myself delegated to amuse and be amused by the 3rd generation of Anthonys. In spite of my years, I still enjoy a good saddle horse, and scarcely a day passing but I ride from 10 to 20 miles. There is a range maxim that the eyes of the boss make a fat horse, and at deliveries of cattle, roundups, and brandings, my mere presence makes things move with alacrity. I can still give the boys pointers in handling large bodies of cattle, and the ranch outfits seem to know that we old-time cowmen have little use for their modern, picturesque cowboy, unless he is an all-around man and can deliver the goods in an emergency. With but a few years of my allotted span yet to run, I find myself in the full enjoyment of all my faculties, ready to romp with my grandchildren or to crack a joke with a friend. My younger girls are proving splendid comrades, always ready for a horseback ride or a trip to the city. It has always been a characteristic of the Anthony family that they could ride a horse before they could walk, and I find the 3rd generation following in the footsteps of their elders. My grandsons were all experts with a rope before they could read, and it is one of the evidences of merciful Providence that their lives have been spared, as it is nearly impossible to keep them out of mischief and danger. To forbid one to ride a certain dangerous horse only serves to heighten his anxiety to master the outlaw, and to banish him from the branding pens means a prompt return with or without an excuse. On one occasion, on the Double Mountain Ranch, with the corrals full of heavy cattle, I started down to the pens, but met two of my grandsons coming up the hill, and noticed at a glance that there had been trouble. I stopped the boys and inquired the cause of their tears, when the youngest, a barefooted, chubby little fellow, said to me between his sobs, "Grandpa, you'd better keep away from those corrals. Pa's as mad as a hornet, and he quirted us, yes he did. If you fool around down there, he'll just about wear you out." Should this transcript of my life ever reach the dignity of publication, the casual reader, in giving me any credit for success, should bear in mind the opportunities of my time. My lot was cast with the palmy days of the Golden West, with its indefinable charm, now past and gone and never to return. In voicing this regret, I desire to add that my mistakes are now looked back to as the chastening rod, leading me to an appreciation of higher ideals, and the final testimony that life is well worth the living. End of chapter 22. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. End of Read Anthony Cowman, an autobiography by Andy Adams.